7 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we thank you for being with us. Hope you had a great weekend. If you're listening live, it is Monday. I know a lot of you try to listen or watch when you can. We'll take you however we can get you. Eddie Van Adler, he's here and ready to go for the week. Greg is not with us today. He's fine. He's just having a procedure, and we'll talk about that. He'll be back with us tomorrow. So we're missing him. The Good Time Gang is still here, though, minus Greg. Helmsy's over to my right, and so let's bring him in. He's ready to go for another day. What's up, my man? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I can't complain. So, you know, what Greg's going through, we had a lot of fun with that on Friday. I can't really say it, so I'm scared. How do you say what?
Colonoscopy?
See, the last part, I always mess up. Say it again.
Colonoscopy.
One more time.
Colonoscopy.
Colonoscopy.
That's it.
All right, there you go.
Well done.
There you go.
Yeah, he had to have
That's
a
what
rough
he's got.
day yesterday because of the prep in order for the colonoscopy today.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he's, he's not going to update us at any point during the day. We won't know anything until he gets here tomorrow.
Right. But if Greg was here and we were doing this, I
know.
Y'all might be calling me.
Yeah.
And he has urged me, because I've put this off. I'm a couple of years behind him. I'm 52, going to be 53 in December. Wow. I always forget how old I am. Terry has to remind me.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Once you pass 50, either you're just trying to forget or you just truly lose track of how old you are. And I've got to get this done because my last doctor visit, full physical, I was going, hey, checking out good. Hey, but you need your
Colonoscopy.
And so let's go ahead and schedule that. Well, so then they follow up with me, and I haven't scheduled it. So once he gets through this, maybe midweek, I'm gonna call, and I'm sure it'll be a couple of weeks out. But I'm gonna have to get this.
Of course, gloom and
done.
doom. Greg thinks that they're gonna find something.
Oh yeah,
serious wrong.
Yeah, which I mean is we all, when we have big tests done, that's in the back of our mind.
Sure.
And just pray that's not the case. But I think he's going to be more uncomfortable prior than anything.
Yeah.
So the colonoscopy, I say it?
You nailed it.
All right. I don't know why. I'm a little skittish of it. I don't know why. I guess I just mispronounced so many things. That's just going to be added to the list. But anyway, so that's where Greg is today. I know in the promo we put medical procedure, and I think it's because Bubba's scared of the word too. Over the weekend, promo.
Yeah.
So I had an appearance this past weekend at Campus Spirit, and that is where you get all your college merchandise and, if it's shirts or whatever, at shops at Grand River in Leeds, across the interstate from Buc-ee's and Bass Pro. And for those of you that travel I-20 from Atlanta to Birmingham, y'all know where that is. And I had a couple people go, hey, what's wrong with Greg? I hear he's having a medical procedure done.
Because they heard
scared some people. But I said, yeah, it's that thing, Oh, you talking about a colonoscopy? And I'm like, yeah, because I was scared of it. But he's fine. That's the medical procedure he's getting done. But I will tell you this: the remote, man, it went great. Saw a lot of people.
Good.
And there was some people there with a restaurant that was serving wings and hot dogs. That was a big hit and everything. But I was trying to hold out because I knew that Terry wanted to go to Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
And she had been to Buc-ee's one time. It was real quick, kind of like me. If you remember, I had gone to Buc-ee's with Reese, and it's the one on I-10 that's between Pensacola and Mobile. And we were down there for a travel tournament, and it was summer ball, and we thought stupidly that we could just get off the exit, run in there, and then get back out. And then I quickly realized it's like we were in line to get in a concert or an NFL game. And I'm like, what have we done? And by the time we parked and was able to get out, we only had like 5 minutes in there. And we just looked around real quick. Ooh, this is cool. And had to leave. So this was our first true time to let's just go in. We're this close. We're across the interstate. It really wasn't worth a trip just for that for us, but we're here. Let's go.
Yeah.
And I was telling Terry, I don't know the last time she's gone to an appearance with me. And she claims, oh, I've done that before. And I'm like, no, you haven't. And I don't know when the last time was. We tried to remember, couldn't really even recall it. And I said, I think the last time was like at a turkey toss years ago. And so she came because she wanted to shop. she wanted to do some shopping and at the shops at Grand River. Because, the boys were, needing some stuff for school. And, hey, there's some shirts here, whatever. So she's shopping while I'm at the remote. And so she meets back up as it's over. And everybody's like, she's like, okay, let's go. And we went over to Buc-ee's, and we got the
live up to the hype.
It did.
I've yet to walk in the place.
It was mania, but it was organized chaos. It was organized mania, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
In other words, the employees had full control of what was going on. But we looked at, and it was like, okay, this is a little much. I mean, it's like this. There are so many people, and they're like, hey, throw me a brisket, and they're throwing sandwiches out, and they're calling numbers, and it was organized, and it's just people everywhere. And one of the employees said, here's what's so crazy. You ready for this? It's like this every day, and it doesn't matter what time of day it is.
I know. Isn't that amazing?
And there was a rumor, and y'all please don't email me if I've got this wrong.
Oh, here we go.
But there was a rumor, because I heard it over the weekend because we were talking about Buc-ee's, and they said, cost $17 million to build that place, make $10 million first month. I'm like, okay, who knows if that's true or not? But hey, it was complete chaos. It has 120 something pumps, I think, and it was hard to find one open. And I know it's because you can pump gas and actually park there when you go in.
Yeah.
I know that's part of the deal, which I had a really tough time doing that. I wanted to move, but then there was nowhere for me to move to.
Yeah.
It was. Have you been?
I haven't. I've yet to walk in the place.
Yeah.
And I've heard similar economic figures as it relates to what they're making versus what it took to build. Now, any of those emails, just send them right to Greg at rickandbubba.com.
Right. You know what we've been tearing up all weekend? Beaver nuggets.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah. I mean, you couldn't. There were so many people grabbing them beaver nuggets. It was like, could I get some? The bags were just getting pulled off. I was like, I know that we've had beaver nuggets here, but I'm like, let's really figure out what the hype is about this. So we got some.
And you nibbled on them all weekend.
Yes. Yeah. I mean,
and they were delicious.
It's one of those things that if it's on the counter, you'll grab some.
I know.
But anyway, it was a lot of fun. A lot of people were asking at the remote, have y'all gone yet? Because we discussed it last week. And there was something going on the interstate. I don't know what it was. Glad we left early. It took us 35 minutes to get through it. And so I pulled up to the appearance, literally 2 minutes ahead. So it kind of blew our plans up prior. So we went afterwards, spent some time there. What we weren't in a hurry. Met a lot of great folks there. Some I saw at the remote that had the same plan we did. It was a lot of fun, but we left with just a bag full of Buc-ee's stuff and brought it home for the boys that couldn't make it, and it was a lot of fun.
Yep, you've checked that box.
I have. They have Buc-ee's everything. Bravo. I just wanted to stand in the middle and just clap.
Yeah.
I did. I didn't really even have to use the bathroom, but I made myself because I wanted to go in there because I've heard how clean it was.
And?
Somebody gets paid, I think, around $25 an hour to just clean right after you leave every stall.
Wow.
Pretty good. I wanted to lay down in the floor in there, but I didn't.
Rick and Bubba.
All of you for being with us. If you're just joining us, we got a lot to break down. Greg off today. He's got a colonoscopy. Did I say it right? I think I did. And he'll be back with us tomorrow. But it is the remainder of the Good Time Gang. Myself, Helmsy, and Adler, we are here. And we just walked over some things we did this past weekend. We went to Buc-ee's with Terry. That was on the bucket list to go to Buc-ee's together. And then a lot of other stuff happened this past weekend. I know you had a busy one as well, Helmsy. And, you know, we just pulled back the curtain here. We had just an absolute computer freak out.
Yeah, we did.
So we apologize if that whole last commercial segment sounded a little strange, and we're still not sure because there's a lot of red X's over there.
It's strange to us, too,
yes.
So you're not alone.
Yeah, and so we're kind of looking over our left shoulder, and this is not the case. I know you had brought up, you know, did Greg leave us a little something here? I don't think that's the case. I know what he was working with on Friday, and there was a lot of hoping and wishing that what he did Friday was going to work today, and something's happening over there. I don't know. So how was your weekend?
It was good.
As I slide to my left to take a look.
It was really good. We so I had one turn 16 this weekend.
Oh boy.
Which is wow, what a milestone to reach. And Braden is yesterday. So my mom had a birthday last weekend, and then Braden had a birthday this weekend, and a big one. So we decided to go see my parents and have a little birthday gathering and grab a cake from Edgar's on the way, and just a good weekend. Low key yesterday on his birthday, other than him getting some gifts and just hanging out with the fam. But man, little man 16.
That's hard to believe.
So Amanda posted, I sent this to Adler. She posted some things on her Instagram, just kind of him growing up.
Yeah.
And wow, it'll get you when you get through some of these pictures and you see. Look at that little man right there.
I know. I scrolled through that last night. I saw that what she had posted, and I was like, "Oh wow!"
Look at that.
And as you post through, he gets younger and younger.
Yep,
that's crazy.
So,
time flies by, doesn't it?
Does.
Huh? You know what that
really
means? We're
does.
getting older too.
I know.
Because as they get older, we age. I don't know if you know that or not. Yeah, that happens.
So, but
well, congratulations to old Brady.
Yeah, he's growing up.
Yeah,
and
he is.
Proud of him and thankful for him, and he
can drive.
He can. That's scary within itself.
How's that going?
It's going good. He's got a lot to learn. Obviously,
sure he does.
He's just 16.
Right.
But, yeah, we're getting there. Slow go, but we're getting there. I'm sure I was the same way.
Yeah. It's well, you know, really, you know, when we say practice makes perfect, it really is true. We spend a lot of time with our boys in the high school parking lot. You know, on a day where there wasn't school, it was just tons of space, and we're parallel parking and just parking.
Yeah.
Just parking in general, you know, just going through that, and we'd set up cones where cars would be, and then you kind of pull through, and, you know, that took a minute.
We have a great Pizitz Middle School, the new one, has a fantastic parking lot if you're wanting to train your kids how to drive.
Right.
Because it's this big, huge circle.
Mm-hmm.
It's got cones. It's got turn lanes. It's got stop signs.
Mm-hmm.
It's got parking. Everything you could, cautions, speed bumps, anything you could think of, it's there. And so we have spent a lot of time out there doing that, and we'll do so with Caroline as well. But now that we're on the big road, and You hadn't got on the interstate yet. We try to
that's-
stay away from some highways at this point, but
That's normally the last thing you do when you know they're ready for that.
And so what's interesting too is he'll actually go through driver's ed this semester at school.
Okay, that's
so
great.
he's going to get a little bit of that with somebody else other than me.
So he won't have to go take the official test then, because if you pass that, you get.
I guess
driver's
so.
license.
I don't really know.
I
how
think that's
that
how it works. I
but-
think you go through that course, and because we got unlucky with our boys with the way it timed down, they all ended up having to go take the test.
Yeah.
Tyler, which was funny, he couldn't stand it because he took driver's ed, and then they went on the Christmas break and whatever. Anyway, the grades hadn't posted yet, and he wanted to hurry up and start driving, so we went and took the test before he got his official deal. I think it was going to be after the Christmas break into January, and he's like, I can't wait. And then Reese was unfortunate because he was in driver's ed, but that's when COVID hit last year, and they shut everything down and stopped the class. And because he's a W, he had not had his turn yet, and so he had to go take his.
Yeah.
But I think Braden won't have to do that. He'll just take the course and progress through it and get his driver's license.
And I'm seeing more and more kids do this, and I was not like this. I was champing or chomping at the bit.
Mm-hmm.
I know champing is the proper way. But
I know. I like chomping.
We've all said chomping for forever. I was chomping at the bit to get mine, and he has just been like, I don't really care. Like, I don't care if Caroline gets her license before me. But I have noticed over the last couple of weeks that there has been a sense of urgency to go ahead and, hey, I'm kind of looking forward to this now.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Well, you'll have some. I mean, especially having a lot of multiple kids. They're all so different.
Yeah.
You got some that can't wait. And to your point, like I want to say,
I
I can't
honestly
remember which
think-
one it was for. I think it was Reese or JC. Hey, buddy, we need to go get this done.
honestly
not wanting to
think
drive?
if it wasn't for driver's ed and if it wasn't for us pushing him, he wouldn't drive to his 19 or 20. I really believe that because his mindset is, I got buddies that have license. What do I need a license for? Why do I have to go through all that? And they're gonna pick me up anyway,
Right.
And I'm like, I like your thinking, but you've got to learn to drive,
Right.
And so,
heck, I mean, part of his learning to drive just should be able to get up and down your driveway.
well,
My
that's funny.
gracious.
That's funny you say that. So we, for months, we have done this thing where I'm gonna pull to the top and we're gonna swap because it is a monster, and so
That ought to be a bumper sticker. I'm gonna pull the top and then we'll swap.
so he went the first few times we got in the car one day going somewhere. I think we were going to hit tennis balls, and I said, hey, you drive. And he's like, we're not going to the top. I said, no, it's time for you to tackle this monster. and he's like, I don't know about this. And so we got in it, and of course, there hardly wasn't rubber left on the tires by the time, because
Sure.
you get to the top. It is a 90. I mean, it is just like
You're
this.
looking at the sky.
You are.
Yeah, and that's
And
not. I'm not
so
exaggerating.
I'm having
on
to
that.
explain to him, you can't go out this way. You'll scrape the bottom of the car.
Mm-hmm.
But if you'll take this route and don't come off don't come off the gas. But if you have to stop at the top and you don't ease it, you're going to spin the tires. And so
Yeah.
the first few times it was, a lot of rubber burning on the.
It's something to say. It's something to say when you're learning to drive. Son, if you can tackle my driveway, you can do anything.
That's it.
I
mean, serious business.
We're right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
We are back now, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It is the kickoff hour, and this portion of the show is brought to you by ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. If you suffer from pains, inflammation, just from either exercising, getting older like we do, or just everyday living, let us suggest this 100% research-based formula that was created to help combat the root causes of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function that can cause those aches and pains. It's Relief Factor. Go to ReliefFactor.com. Look at that 3-week supply. It's a quick start pack. It's just $19.95. See if that will work for you like it has for us. In 3 weeks, you should be able to tell a big difference in how you feel. So go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. The quick start pack is what you're looking for. Again, just $19.95. Get you through 3 weeks. Go to ReliefFactor.com, or always go to RickandBubba.com. Click on sponsors, and we have all the links there as well. All right, so we're coming back. Still working through some old computer issues. We'll see if I know that might hopefully everybody's with us, and we didn't mess you up too much, but we're trying to work through some situations here. But we're getting through it, and we thank you for being with us. So we talked about my weekend that included Buc-ee's, your weekend that included your son turning 16 and going through the driving phases, and your driveway being a big step, huge leap forward.
By the way, just for those that want to put this in perspective in our driveway, we went and looked at the house before we purchased it about 4 or 5 times, and at no point did my wife drive down or up the driveway.
Before purchasing the house.
Before purchasing the
Wow.
house. And I had to tell her, hey, look, I hate to break this to you. This is part of the deal. Like, you're going to have to learn to go down and go up this driveway.
Yeah.
So it is a monster.
Right.
So
also want to say hello. Coop is outside.
He is.
Look at that. Huh?
Here early, too.
Also, Terry.
So is Rick, I think.
Yeah,
needs
there's old Richard.
Adler's coming.
All right, so you see how there's a glare right now from our perspective. There's a glare on the window, so we can't see everybody completely. Yeah. So Terry ended up at the city center. I haven't told you this. She ended up at the city center Thursday afternoon, and that's the afternoon Greg is here.
Yeah,
feeding the weekend show. So he's sitting over here, and Terry said, she called me, I think I just freaked Greg out. And I'm like, what are you talking about? She said, well, I just went up to the window and did a little jig for him. It kind of danced around, had fun, whatever. And he just looked at me, kind of turned his head like a puppy dog trying to figure something out. It was her. And I said, honey, I don't think he realized it was you, because sometimes from inside out,
it's really hard to see.
It's really hard to see depending on, now on a cloudy day, you can see, but if it's sunny or whatever, you can't really make out who's out there until you walk at a different angle. And so I guarantee you, he was just kind of grinning and giving you a charity and didn't know who it was. I said, so anyway, so Friday comes along, and I said, I'm going to see if he brings it up. And he never brought up, hey, Terry came by. I said, so Friday night I came home. I said, honey, he has no idea that was you. She said, I was really, really trying to let him know I was out here. And he just kind of grinned and turned his head. And she said, so I just moved on. So she said, when I was leaving, I went another route so I wouldn't embarrass myself, because he doesn't know who, he couldn't see me or whatever. So anyway, I thought that was kind of funny. But anyway, thank y'all for coming out. The tubers are something special, and we love y'all. And Coop is one of the leaders of that.
So I don't know what it was. I watched. I think it was the Field of Dreams thing last week that kind of rejuvenated my love for baseball.
Right.
I watched a ton of baseball this weekend.
Oh, did you really?
Well, let me rephrase that. I watched a couple Braves games in their entirety, by the way.
Okay.
And then I don't know, for some reason got into the Dodgers and Mets last night and couldn't turn away from it, even though it was a blowout.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't know. I guess, and here's what it was too. So I watched this. I found a special by accident on the MLB Network. Bob Costas, Kevin Costner, and they it was like an hour documentary on the making of the movie.
Okay.
And then by this time the game had already happened, so they took all the highlights of the game
Okay.
and intertwined it with it. And I don't know, kind of fired me up. So I watched a lot of yesterday I watched the Braves game. We got home from church, and first pitch was probably 10, 15 minutes after that.
Right.
And I watched the entire game.
Wow.
Did not miss a pitch.
That's
very rare for me.
Did you get any of the NFL preseason at all?
Completely forgot it was on.
Okay.
I did see the Bears on. I guess I was flipping through and saw them on Saturday, and I thought, wow, so there's a preseason game.
Yeah.
But no, I did not watch any. I understand there was some kind of fight.
Well, and that's what I was going to bring up. There's a couple of things that are going to be for the main show. First of all, Tebow attempting to block. He's getting ripped online for that. I don't know if you forgot, he is a Jaguar.
Yeah.
At tight end.
I'm trying to forget it.
But this Rams-Chargers fan brawl is been sent to us so many times, and I know Adler will have it today as part of our video selection, but it has to do with a biggin, okay? And his pants are falling down.
Sure they
and
are.
at one point, I think they're just below his butt, right around his hamstrings. And he is just showing crack and swinging, and it all started. We're going to have two perspectives on this. First of all, it is an upper deck looking down at the fight, and it's mayhem. Okay, and when I say mayhem, please don't think it was two guys shoving. We got fists going, and it's rows of just people brawling. It all started because a lady 2 or 3 rows below them threw a drink on one of the guys that was mouthing, and he thought the guy in front of her threw it, and he swung, and then it started. And so we'll break that down here on the main show. But it was quite the brawl, actually getting more attention than the game. I don't even know who won the game.
I'm watching it now.
Oh, it is
wow,
insane.
quite the scene.
Yeah, it really is. But a lot of young quarterbacks made their debuts. I know Fields
yeah.
for the Bears.
Yeah.
He looked pretty good. And you just kind of look around a little bit. You got Trevor Lawrence for the Jaguars. Didn't look bad. So there was a lot of
When's
young
Mac
quarterbacks.
Jones get to play?
I don't know. I didn't watch enough of it. Matter of fact, I didn't watch hardly any of the NFL. I just saw highlights, and again, that fight was really more interesting than any of it. But and Hard Knocks, into that a little bit with the Cowboys. And I had no idea. So, remember we talked about in the first episode of Hard Knocks, Dak kind of had that little arm issue.
Yeah.
I understand that.
I've heard
they
that
had to have MRI and having to give.
I don't remember the guy's
time.
name, but I did hear him on ESPN Friday say that don't get bent out of shape over this. This is purely precautionary, and he's going to be fine.
They're holding him out.
That this is total. They're making a lot to do of nothing at this point. Now,
Okay.
I don't know. This guy was a former player, and he said this was kind of protocol to what goes on. But he said he was a big Dallas fan and a big Dak fan. Played with him, I think, at one point, and said, I fully expect him to be there week 1.
Yeah,
We'll see.
yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I saw a little news, just a little headline that kind of to your point that said out of precaution we're holding him out, even though the MRI showed it was negative or something, some muscle strain or something. I don't.
And
have
I didn't
any
watch
idea.
Hard Knocks last night. I will watch it today. I kind of I'll fall in the neck. Monday is my Hard Knocks day.
Right. Well, so we have a lot out as far as is on the table today. We've also got a brand new week when it comes to just guests and everything. This coming Wednesday, Buffalo Wild Wings will be here for some more food. How about that? And we'll announce another charity charge coming up a week from today. Brad Ryan's supposed to be on RBU, the podcast, this coming weekend, so we're looking forward to that. So a lot happening this week, and it is hard to believe. Terry and I were talking about just the other day, too. It is hard to believe we're already in mid-August.
Yeah.
And it is flying by, my friend. I mean, flying by.
It is.
It will be, we're basically, it's going to be Thanksgiving before you know it.
Well, I as part of Braden's birthday, we got him some Braves tickets, and we're going to go in a couple
Well,
weeks.
good for
He's going
y'all.
to take a couple of his buddies, and we're going to go. And it hit me. That's the 28th. They play the San Francisco Giants. And I think it's either that weekend or the next is when we kick off college football. Wow. So
It's here.
It's here.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
We got 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the show. Rick and Bubba will join us right after top of the hour. Greg off today, back tomorrow. Today he's getting the colonoscopy. Did I say it right?
You did.
Okay, good.
You did.
And it's that
You're
last,
dialing
it's,
it
it's
in.
just that last part. And we'll talk to Spann today too, as Fred is entering closer to the Gulf Coast. Looks like it might come in just to the west of Panama City. Go through the eye over Dothan up towards Columbus and just maybe skirt the west side of Atlanta. Just going to bring some rain and wind. So we'll get an update from Spann on old Fred. Fred just sounds like a handle, but we'll get an update from him
I tell you,
today.
Afghanistan looks good.
Hey,
What in the world?
You talking about delusional? And I know Rick and Bubba are probably going to want to jump on this right out of the gate. Did you hear what Nancy Pelosi said about
Applauding Biden?
Said he's done a remarkable job with this. Now again, let's just compare things. This is what's so frustrating to most Americans. What if Trump was still at Camp David on vacation while all this was going on and hadn't made a statement?
Yeah.
I mean, this would be just anyway. It's just been a mess. I guess you saw where the Taliban has released. The report says thousands of prisoners that we had, and just released them. I'm talking about really bad people. Just released them out now, and this is going to come back to get us here. Don't think that as you driving around, one of the reasons why they were in prison there is so they wouldn't end up here, and so this is not looking good. Not looking good at all.
That picture of the Taliban standing or sitting behind the president's desk there is troubling.
Yeah, you talking about the president of Afghanistan who had to flee the country? Yeah, for his safety.
Can't imagine why no one wants to run out and grab the vaccine the government's put in place. They don't do anything well. Name me one thing the government does well. Huh? Serious business. You can walk in every post office, there's problems. DMV, problems. Taxes, problems. Look at this. This is a complete mess. Has anybody ever said, I tell you what, they handled that. That's the jam-up job there. Fantastic. Excellence. No. What are we doing? Billions of dollars. And now the government's completely collapsed. They've taken over, is it Kabul? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, it's not good to say the least, and it's sad, really, to be honest with you, of what has happened and the way it's happened, and the troops that we've had to send back in there to make sure that we get all the Americans out, and all of the translators and those that helped us. I mean, they're just
so perfect example.
It's just a mess, man.
What it makes common sense. Let's get everybody out and then go home. Let's do that. But no, what do they think was going to happen?
I don't know of anybody besides Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer that are applauding this and saying that Biden did a really good job. I've heard the argument of, hey, we shouldn't be there. Okay,
yeah,
I've heard the argument of, hey, we should stay. Can't we fall somewhere in the middle where, okay, if we do have to leave or if we are going to leave, let's do it this way, but not this way, not what we're doing now. It is a mess.
And I don't care who's in office. I'd say the exact same thing.
Yes.
I
don't know anybody that says,
I think you
this
could
is a good deal
go
here.
right over here to the middle school and have 6 8th graders put together a better plan that was put in place than this administration, period. This is ridiculous, and it just continues to happen. And hey, don't get on me about vaccines and all this. You can't do anything well, government, and you wonder why everybody questions your next move. Period.
Did you see, I guess, the leader of the Taliban, the spokesperson, he said that we've got the country.
Well, they do.
We've got it.
Yeah.
And
pictures.
He said that we're going to wait to issue the I guess the way we'll run things and the way the country is going to be. We're going to wait to announce that, but they've got the country. They've got the country. And did you see all the weaponry we had to leave behind? And now the Taliban's got it.
Now they have all of our weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's good.
And it's just a mess. It really is, and it's sad. But for those of you that served over there, thank you so much.
Yeah, it's not on you.
It's not on you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. It's on this administration.
They're as mad as anybody.
Yeah.
And frustrated as anybody. It's crazy.
It really is. So that'll be a huge topic. Today, National Tell a Joke Day. Do you run into these people that when you see them, they got a joke for you? Huh?
Yeah.
Do you do?
Yeah. Kind of a bip to me, too.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to be honest about it.
The joke tellers?
Yeah.
I'm not a big joke guy. I'm not. Matter of fact, I don't know many.
If I want a joke, I usually just find a comedian somewhere.
Right.
And that's kind of where
one on stage.
That's kind of where I like my jokes to come from.
But in today's National Tell a Joke Day, maybe throw one out.
My 8-year-old daughter does this, and I love her so much. But hey, she tells jokes. She tells these one-liner things that she gets off Laffy Taffy and other things. And I can tell it gets on my wife's nerves. It really gets on my nerves because it's a constant deal. Won't ask you if you want to hear a joke. She just goes right into it. And I'm like, nobody wants a joke right now.
Right.
Love you. Maybe later. First thing you get in the car. Hey, have you heard this one? I'm like, what did the rabbit say? I'm like, no joke.
Yeah. Every now and then I'll hear a good one. I'm like, oh, man, I need to remember that one. Of course, I don't. But
I think that's part of my problem, too, of telling jokes. I don't remember them very well, and I do a horrible job telling them. I'm a horrible joke teller.
I am too.
I really am.
I really am, too.
I'll mess it up in a minute.
Yeah.
I finally, a few years ago, just gave up on it. There's people out there that can tell really good jokes. Just stay out of it, Ham. It's not your lane.
I got a few. Well, I'm not going to say it. I got a few jokes in certain. Well, I'm just not even going to say it. You know what? This is growth here. I'm 52. I'm not even going to go there. But I've heard a few, and I can't remember them. And the ones I do remember, I shouldn't remember.
Sure.
So that's kind of where I land on all this.
Like I remember that one that Greg told us Friday in the kitchen.
Yeah. So that one stayed
Probably
with me.
shouldn't remember
Why should
it.
that? Why is that staying with us? Why?
Wanted to tell it badly, but I didn't. Couldn't. Of course, I'd have messed it up if I'd tried.
Yeah. Any binge watching over the weekend? Any at all?
No.
No.
I'm really caught
Not
up
to
on
anything?
I mean, I'm caught up.
Did you ever
on
see
everything.
Bosch the last season?
I didn't.
You didn't?
I didn't. No. And I say this. I watched a really good movie this weekend though, and I caught it by accident. Hands of Stone.
Okay.
I want to say it was a 2016 movie. Robert De Niro is the boxing trainer. Last name's Arcel. Famous. It's based on a true story. He's Roberto Duran's trainer.
Oh.
And this was the era when you had all the stuff going on with Panama and the Panama Canal and the Carter administration and the Reagan administration and that era. And Sugar Ray Leonard and Roberto Duran were the main two fighters at that time. By the way, Usher plays Sugar Ray Leonard.
Did you know growing up, Sugar Ray was my favorite one?
Well, he could go and was just the all-American boy.
Sure.
But it was a really good movie. I was caught off guard. I was happened to be flipping and found it for free on, I want to say, the Roku app. Just the Roku app. It wasn't on a specific streaming site.
Oh, really?
It was just on what Roku has for free. And I clicked it on. I saw Robert De Niro. I thought, well, I haven't seen this, and it's a boxing movie. And I got into it, and I'm like, wow, so this is really good. Do you want to stay with it now or go back later and watch it? And so I stuck with it the entire time, and it was really, really good. I'm surprised that we haven't talked about it or seen it.
Right.
I mean, especially since he's in it.
When you mentioned it, I had not heard of it.
2016 movie, I believe. But the acting is great, and a couple scenes in it that, I wouldn't have kids around. But
And the name of it again?
Hands of Stone,
which
is that's what they called Roberto Duran.
Yeah.
Boy, he could fight. Man. Of course, Sugar Ray could too.
Yeah.
And where Roberto Duran came from compared to where Sugar Ray comes from, it's just really good. Of course, all I could think about during the entire thing was what of this is really not true based off because Greg, has my mindset that way.
Thanks, Greg.
Good movie, though.
I'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we start a brand new hour.
Day without 'em,
This
brother.
hour starts with our national anthem. Eight minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 866 We Be Big. Much to do. Greg Burgess off today. We talked about that on Friday's program as Greg is getting a colonoscopy today. So I'm sure he has had a wonderful 24 hours. And he'll be back with us on tomorrow's program. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler have already given you a kickoff hour along the Rick and Bubba platforms, including the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, including our TuneIn app, our podcast archives, our YouTube channel, different options for you to catch it live, and also options for you to catch it archived on your own time. If you'd like to find out how to get all the Rick and Bubba content, go to rickandbubba.com. It's all there. And we will unpack the stories of the day. But first, look right there. We got to have the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
Howdy, Rick Burgess, friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome into the little party we call Radio Free Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
While it's lasting, you better get you a dose.
Yeah, get you
We're
a
being
cup.
overrun.
Elvis rock and roll. Bubba, you know, I got back home last night from Pensacola, and Taliban had my house. I didn't even. They
Listen, I want to know this footage that's been shown on TV now with this.
Oh my God!
It's like a 747 military plane trying to take off, and there are hundreds, if not 1,000, people around it.
That's the Kabul. I think was it the Kabul airport?
Yeah.
Kabul. What is it?
Kabul.
Kabul airport.
Don't get hurt over there.
And
now.
people
I mean,
are
you gotta
jumping on
sneak
the
up on it.
outside of the plane trying to hang on. Hey, what's your plan on that one? What is your plan? By the way,
Well, they've
that
already
is as bad or worse than the pictures out of Saigon, Vietnam. For those of you younger that don't remember that disaster, this one has now topped that. I didn't think it could be this bad, Rick, and it is just terrible. And we still haven't heard from the president.
No,
He's
still
still,
at Camp
he's
David.
still on vacation.
He's still.
If you're hanging on the side of that U.S. Air Force plane wanting a ride out of there, you know it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to tell you, you're going to have trouble hanging on that plane
You
when
are.
it gets up to speed and gets up in the minus degrees. That's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Well, you got embassy. That looks good, and then of course I told Bubba over the weekend I saw multiple pastors reading letters from Christians that were there doing secret churches and pointing people to Christ. They've received their letter from the Taliban that they'll be killed soon.
Yeah.
So their protection is gone as well. So anyway, for all of you that have lost loved ones in all this, and those of you that have served our country so well, I apologize for the idiocy that you guys have to deal with involving our government. And this is about as bad a piece of foreign policy as I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And we've had some bad ones, so that's saying a lot.
Right.
But this is a complete disaster, and we have a president right now that does not have the mental faculties probably to communicate anything to anyone right now in this kind of duress. So we'll hide him away at Camp David, and we'll just sit here, I guess, and just act like it's not happening.
You know, I know Joe has very little to do with it, but he's got all of his handlers around it.
Sure.
Whoever it is, y'all are executing this thing terrible.
Yeah, and the president.
And putting Joe at a empty table like he's watching TV, zooming his cabinet with nobody around him is one of the worst pictures I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I know you wanted to show, hey, he's still monitoring the situation. Yeah. Hey, it looks like you rolled him in there, put him in front of a TV, took a picture, and then went on about your business. That doesn't really look good.
See, I mean, I'm not going to give him a pass like that, saying that he had no control of that. It starts and stops with the head coach, and he had to either approve or disapprove of this.
Whoever's doing it. I mean,
Well, yeah, but I mean,
I don't know that he
there's
even knows.
reports that the administration wanted to do this no matter what the military brass recommended, and then there's
what
others.
our partners overseas were recommending, which was
Right.
not this.
Yeah.
And it's a total disaster. And, you know, then this weekend to try to blame Trump for this, you got to be kidding
Yeah.
me. The day you went in, you signed executive orders as fast as you could go to get rid of everything Trump done. So don't tell me that Trump left you with a bad deal. You could have undone that deal and saved some people's jobs on a pipeline. That is ridiculous.
Well,
It's embarrassing.
You guys
really.
have talked about it, but the words that everybody's quoting, well, not everybody, some people are quoting that President Biden actually said 5 weeks ago.
On July the 8th, 2021. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No circumstance where Americans will be lifted out of the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, or Kabul, however you say it, by helicopter. And that is happening, of course. Exactly what he said. That there's no, and apparently there was some circumstance. He said there's none. So none would be none, right? So apparently there are. Apparently there are.
Seem to be.
Because that's what's happening. But anyway, and now to blame Trump. Can I just tell, as Bubba just said, and the guys have said, that's like a child that's always blaming somebody else. Yeah. There's only so long and so many times that you can blame Trump. Or blame the whatever. You're in charge now. You have you keep telling us that you're straight up in there and that you're going to take the evil Trump and all the horrible things he did and like a booming economy and you're going to turn all this back and by golly you're going to do it the way it ought to be done. And I will tell you that I don't know. I mean, Trump was not a fan of the stuff we're doing in the Middle East. That is true. But
wanted to get out of it,
and
but
wanted to get out of it.
Not a cut and run where it was just everybody get what you want.
Yeah, I think that that this is just poorly done. And well, obvious, Rick. Can anybody say this is going gangbusters? Anybody? Can anybody say no? I think this is great.
I design how you want to do it.
I think this is it.
Look, for the people.
Nancy Pelosi
Yeah, I
did.
suppose.
She applauded.
Yeah, I got all that quote. We'll cover it when we come back. We're up against the break.
to me. Yeah.
Oh, I know.
What in
It's
the
like,
world?
if you keep voting for these idiots in office who obviously don't know what they're doing, to my fellow citizens, you get what you deserve. You get what you deserve.
Well, we're
And
also
unfortunately, we're getting it too.
well, that's what I'm saying. Anytime a vote goes the way that somebody doesn't want it to go, they say, "Well, elections matter." Well,
Yeah.
we agree with you. They do. They do.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So about 5 weeks ago, President Joe Biden assured us of this, and here he is in his own words.
Is the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan now inevitable?
No, it is not. Because you have the Afghan troops have 300,000 well-equipped, as well-equipped as any army in the world.
What in the world?
And an air force against something like 75,000 Taliban. It is not inevitable.
Wrong.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Your own intelligence community has assessed that the Afghan government will likely collapse.
That is not true.
Can you please clarify what they have told you about whether that will happen or not?
That is not true. They did not reach that conclusion.
So what is the level of confidence that they have that it will not collapse?
The Afghan government and leadership has to come together. They clearly have the capacity to sustain the government in place.
And do you see any parallels between this withdrawal and what happened in Vietnam with some people feeling...
None whatsoever. Zero. What you had is you had entire brigades breaking through the gates of our embassy. 6, if I'm not mistaken. The Taliban is not the North Vietnamese army. They're not remotely comparable in terms of capability. There's going to be no circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of a embassy of the United States from Afghanistan. It is not at all comparable.
What?
So the question now is, where do they go from here? That the jury is still out. But the likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly unlikely.
Good night, all.
That is probably as 180 a wrong list. That may be the most wrong list I've ever heard, and confidently wrong.
What is it? Opposite day?
Yeah, I feel like I'm in opposite.
No. What about that? See, this is where he makes mistakes. He does all these. Hey, never gonna happen. Zero.
Right.
Hey, he got so off the script of what he was given, and they know it, and they know they're hung, and they don't know what to do about it. And the national media, who has been a partner with the Biden administration, knows they look like idiots now, too, in this whole thing. And they're hung out, and they don't know what to do about it. Look, when I go over to CNN yesterday and they're dogging them, you're in trouble. I think that's the main reason you hadn't heard from Biden, because they don't know what to say because they can't say anything because they look like idiots.
How do you refute what was just said?
That's right.
I mean, how do you ever fix that and patch that up?
Well, you can't, because it was recorded, it's clear, the lighting was good, and it only happened a week ago.
Right, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Larry the Cable Guy on Twitter, our country's leadership right now reminds me of a Walmart on Black Friday, when only 2 cashiers are working and no one can find a manager.
Oh, that's good. That's true. By the way, you realize the very Taliban, he said, has no chance against the 300,000 Afghan troops. I mean, they took over those troops so fast and have now taken over all the weaponry we gave them.
Yeah.
I mean, seeing the
Rick, their
Taliban.
spokesman said we got the country.
Helicopter.
Yeah.
Oh, Bubba, they said they have
$6 million.
They said they have more Black Hawks than they've ever had in their whole life.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know who they took those from?
Yeah.
These forces that Biden said they couldn't take them from.
Well, what's amazing to me, the forces that had them couldn't keep them flying when our contractors left, but the Taliban was able to pick right up and go with it.
Oh, yeah. Look, I want you to look right here at this.
Yeah.
If you're watching
the
this
footage that you're going to see coming out today is just horrendous. People running. I mean, let me say, a mob on top of the embassy hanging on a helicopter was bad. Try thousands on an airstrip trying to hang on to American planes taking off.
Yeah.
It's worse. It's worse than Saigon ever looked.
That's
Unbelievable.
Awful. And
what a total failure. Total failure of leadership. Let me tell you, if Donald Trump was in office right now, the House of Representatives would be having impeachment hearings today.
Yeah.
Starting today.
You're right.
The headlines would be wall-to-wall Trump's foreign policy collapse. And really, as we said, Trump was no fan of these Middle Eastern, military operations that we've been doing either. But the pulling the plug, and the president just told us, don't worry, the Afghan army and government is stable and they can defend. Taliban is not going to just take over, and they have taken over completely.
Nancy Pelosi on Twitter. The U.S., the international community, and the Afghan government must do everything they can to protect women and girls from the inhumane treatment by the Taliban. As we strive to assist them, we must recognize that their voices are important and respect their culture. How stupid can you be, Nancy?
The women,
they're going to kill everybody they want to. They don't care about their standing in the international community. They don't care about what you think about them. Hey, they just told you, hey, have a Coke and a smile.
Can I tell you how little girls and women's voices cannot be heard when you leave and let the Taliban take over again?
No, it's hard to speak at the end of a rope.
Yeah.
So ridiculous.
Please
ridiculous.
look at this one. Nancy Pelosi, the president, is to be commended for the clarity of purpose of his statement on Afghanistan and his action. The Taliban must know the world is watching its actions. We're concerned about reports regarding the Taliban's brutal treatment of Afghans, especially women and girls.
Well, Nancy, you scared them to death.
Gosh,
I don't know how they're going to make it.
This must be why the Taliban just stopped, because they said, oh, my gosh, we just saw a tweet from Nancy Pelosi.
And here it really goes even further back. There's plenty of blame to hand around. I don't know if you saw one of the leaders who was doing a presser from the palace. He said that he had been in Guantanamo for 8 years, and when they let him out, he went right back to the Taliban.
Oh, yeah.
See, Guantanamo needed to be one way in, nobody out. Or don't even carry them there to begin with. Waste the jet fuel.
Victorious Taliban commander claims he spent 8 years in Guantanamo Bay, to Bubba's point, in a triumphant speech from Kabul, however you say it, from the palace as they seize Afghanistan. And he says, hey, won't you know, I'm out. I got out of Guantanamo. I came back, and we just took over again in everybody's face.
Now, keep in mind, Twitter has blocked Trump, but the Taliban leader is tweeting away.
Y'all, if we don't shut down our social media in this country, they may be our biggest enemy. I don't know what in the world those people are thinking. We've let them get totally out of control. It's a bunch of left-wing libs running it, and they are so far off the track. And the American people are going to have to do something. I mean, it is time to move on. Look, the Taliban, they swept across that country. Y'all, they have to eat. They have to have supply lines. They have to have gas. They have to have ammunition. And we just let them sweep across the country like nobody's business.
World leaders are now blaming Biden, and they expressed their disappointment, Bubba, with Afghanistan. They said it's fair to say the U.S. decision to just pull out like this has accelerated things. Well, there's one.
Well, it ain't the only one. It ain't the only one. I got a list for you when we get back.
Oh, man.
7 months in office, and look what we've accomplished.
Bottom of the
7
hour.
months.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. Are you paying too much for your automobile and homeowners insurance? Rick, I don't know. Well, I know most of we don't, do we? Unless we have some way to compare. Well, there's no easier way than Gabi.com/Bubba. G-A-B-I. Gabi. Gabi.com. Get a better insurance. Go to Gabi.com/Bubba. It's the one true comparison platform with fast, verifiable quotes, not ballpark guesses, like some of the competitors try to do. Use your current policy to find a better policy, comparing your current coverage with 40 of the top insurance providers like Progressive, Nationwide, Travelers, and so many more. It's done really fast. It's very simple, all in one place. Just use your current insurance information to get started because it's totally free and there's no obligation for you to do anything. They'll show you policies that are the same or better than your current coverage. And what you like here is that you'll find many of them that are at a lower price. I mean, our listeners are saving around $1,000 a year on average. Gabi, Gabi.com/Bubba. So why don't you put them to work for you? Put your policy to the test. You may be overpaying for the same coverage. Gabi.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com's got it right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we continue. President Biden and the Biden administration looking really bad around the world for this Afghanistan debacle. But you said going to the break there's more.
Well, Rick, 7 months, okay? 7 months already. Highest crime rate in decades. The Afghanis have totally lost their country to the Taliban. Right. We have crippling debt and record-setting inflation now. The CDC has been fully discredited because of their continued flip-flop on issues and the way they're messaging all of this.
Right.
The DOJ has been fully weaponized to go after people that are political enemies. The border on our southern border is an absolute disaster. What, we had almost 250,000 people come over last month?
Correct.
No longer energy independent. If you were trying to destroy this country, you are doing an excellent job. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I had somebody bring up yesterday.
I hope everybody is happy.
I had somebody yesterday that works in the oil business, and they were showing how the pipelines, the way we do them, and how we return it back to the nature, and we cover it up, and the grass grows back, and all this. And then they told me what lithium mining looks like.
Oh, it's a strip mine.
And they said, you're just trading, electric cars, batteries need lithium.
Yeah.
And so are we going to then demonize lithium mining and the mess it makes? You're not. This is all just the insanity of this fake utopian world. Electric cars will save the planet. Everything will be okay. Look, if electric cars want to come into the free market and establish a market, and people say, I prefer an electric car, great. Maybe I'll be in one day if it's better. But this electric cars save the world is a bunch of garbage. You're just going to trade one thing for another. And so it's just going to be which product is better, not one of them. It's this new moralism. You hear me talking about this all the time. There's certain things the left claim that it's higher, more. It's more. You're more moral if you drive an electric car than a non-electric car. You're more moral if you have the vaccine as opposed to if you don't. You're more moral if you accept anybody's definition of marriage. And all these things go on and on. It's a moralism that's been created by the world. And it's a fake world.
It is.
Can to your point, Rick? Can I just give you the headline of one story? This is from the very conservative New York Times.
Yes, right.
Okay, the lithium gold rush inside the race to power electric vehicles. A race is now on to produce lithium in the United States, but competing projects are taking very different approaches to extracting the vital raw material. Some might not be very green. No joke, no. Sherlock.
You can go research this yourself. Go look at what it looks like when a pipeline is finished, okay, what they do to set it back to look the way it looks. And now go look what lithium mining looks like. Hey, lithium mining, you ain't going to like it. If you don't like strip mining, you ain't going to like it. So
and we're in this situation because many of you went to the polls and voted because you didn't like Trump's bedside manner.
Right.
And for the moms out there, those soccer moms, those they wanted somebody they felt like they could marry instead of somebody that would actually get the job done. That's why we're in this situation. You realize that.
So there are women that want to marry Joe Biden?
Well, no, but you know what I'm saying. They're not going to vote.
Right.
They're not going to vote for.
Well, Trump's too mean.
I'm just saying.
he's mean.
I'm just saying. If you looked at
he calls
Biden's
people
family, if you look
names.
at Biden's family life and the way he's treated women, I mean,
Well, they don't portray that. Though.
Right, you're right.
You know, he's the grandfather that everybody loves.
he's hardworking
and-
Joe.
Yeah,
he's hardworking
absolutely.
Joe.
Where'd he go?
Yeah, where'd he go? Hardworking Joe.
Oh,
But they could not stomach. And I don't like the way Trump handles a lot of things. But we wouldn't be in any of these situations if he was still in the Oval Office.
Heard some.
I
great,
did not like Trump the person, but I sure did like his economy.
I
Yeah,
did too.
yeah. Heard some great commentary about how a lot of these policy decisions are going to come together, like this open border we got,
Sure.
and these thousands of prisoners that the Taliban just let out in Afghanistan.
they
that
freed
we
them all, by
had.
the way.
Don't think that's not going to come home to roost through that southern border. They're already talking about how. A lot of what's happening in the southern border aren't just Mexicans coming through. They're from all over the world that are walking through.
Right.
Well, yeah, why not?
And don't think this won't come back to bite us because of the lack of policy making down
it's
at the
just like there's no
southern border.
adults. There's no adults running the show.
No.
It's a bunch of people who've
It's a
read
fake world. Like a child has a world.
the
Yes.
world they
Yes.
want it to be in a textbook.
Yeah.
Bubba,
And have no real world experience.
Babylon B weighs in. CNN praising Taliban for wearing masks during the attack.
Yeah,
Laughed
I
out
know.
loud at that one.
Yeah,
Gosh, that's
a good one.
That's a dandy.
That's
right
a
there.
dandy.
They were on fire
Man,
this
that's
past
good.
weekend.
Oh yeah, they were on fire.
Yeah.
They I still a little off the topic here, but still a good one. Study finds most parents okay with government brainwashing their children if it means free babysitting.
Okay,
Gosh,
that's
that
good.
shows a parent putting a kid on the school bus. Gosh, that's a good one. School board meetings are now being held in football stadiums to accommodate all the angry parents.
Right.
Gosh, that's just something. And then the one I love the most from the weekend, other than the Afghanistan, bikers at is it Sturgis rally?
Yes.
Bikers at Sturgis rally put up a "Happy Birthday Obama" sign so COVID can't spread.
I saw where they
Hey,
said
it's
they've
that
already
silly.
got 63 new cases in that area that they attribute to some of that. So.
I'm
Hey,
sure.
when we were doing the
You won't hear any come out of Obama's birthday party. I
Well, that's what I'm talking about. It's from
Oh, that. I think
yeah,
it's talking about the
it's
Sturgis.
from that area.
Yeah.
when we were doing the
It'll never be tied to him.
when we were doing the update about the airport and the Afghanis that were running alongside, did we spend enough time to where the 3 stowaways fell from the plane? Did we spend enough time on that?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
There's been 3 deaths where there were stowaways on the aircraft and they fell to their death. Adler was spotlighting some of it. You can see them falling to
Oh,
their
really?
death.
Yeah.
Which is that lets you know how desperate they are
Yeah.
because most
Well,
of
now, wait a
these that
minute.
are running were people that were
Wait a minute.
helping the U.S. translators,
Whoa.
their families.
Wait a minute. Biden said we weren't going to see that.
Yeah, this is them.
uh-oh.
This is them falling to their death right there.
Oh, wow. But Biden said we weren't
Well,
going to.
you can't hang on an outside of a plane while it's going up.
Well, but Biden said we weren't going to see this.
It's, 3 stowaways fall to their deaths from the plane, and 5 others have been killed at the airport.
And here's the thing
Oh, my goodness.
that frustrates me more than anything. The fact that he said that, but the fact that he's in hiding right now, not saying anything, bothers me more than the fact of what he said a month ago. We get things wrong all the time as human beings, but we're just going to hang out and not address what's going on?
Well, here's what I would like to see. Now, you're not going to see this, okay? And I was talking with a mob over the
They're
weekend.
trying to figure out what to say.
I know.
Yeah, I was interacting with a mob over the weekend, and I talked about how we kind of just lost this art.
Yeah.
You know what? You're going to catch a lot of flack, but I still would have respect for you if we could ever get back to the point where you could just sit down. I mean, picture President Biden sitting down, looking over, taking a pop off a drink of water, and going, "Whoa, this has gone bad, hasn't it? I really didn't think it would be like this." And as you can see, I was either incredibly misinformed, but boy, that Afghan army wasn't much of a match for Taliban after all, was it? I really thought they would be. You can even say that.
Yeah.
I really thought we had it set up. I thought it would be okay, but it's obvious that I was wrong. Now, do you think you're ever going to hear that?
Nope.
Well,
So-
whoever said they were trained, whoever did the training was wrong and needs to be held accountable. It's ridiculous. I mean, all we'll do is give them a raise and put them in another spot. I don't know what general it was or whoever.
And that'd be my next statement. Now, I'm going to do an investigation. I'm going to go back to where all this information I was given, because in the president's
Because
role.
somebody had a desk and somebody had a title, and they were getting paid to be sure this was done right.
And everybody who gave me the information that the Afghan troops were ready and that we had them well equipped and they can handle this, I'm going to run out of here on a rail, and I'm going to apologize to the world for the misinformation and our incorrect intelligence, because it's obvious that intelligence was flawed, right?
Or just his blatant disregard for it.
Yeah. Something. I mean, can we not agree that what the president said was going to happen, the opposite happened?
Rick, at lightning speed.
Right.
Totally wrong, Joe. Totally wrong.
So you have to come back and say, hey, we got that wrong, and here's why.
You look like a stooge, and you made the whole country look like a stooge.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. As we make our way back, looking back over the weekend, things you need to know. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is out. Got some good feedback on everyone hearing us talk with award-winning chef Chris Hastings and his incredible story. And then we talked about delicious food. Foodies everywhere digging RBU this past weekend. If you haven't got it yet, it's out there. You can hear the latest edition. Bubba, also over the weekend, we had a lot of birthdays within the old Rick and Bubba family.
Yeah, we did. I've got to give a birthday shout out to a very special lady, Bernice Walker, who is Betty, my wife's mom. Celebrated her 90th this weekend.
Your mother-in-law, 90 years old.
And she is still a go-getter. I look, she's got a walking stick she uses a little bit now, but buddy, she went to that buffet and filled that plate up, wouldn't let nobody help her.
Oh, look at that.
Still
Bernice,
going strong.
Happy birthday, Bernice. You go.
Still going strong.
You go.
Great.
Now, where'd y'all eat?
We went, we actually had a get-together in lovely Oxford, Alabama.
Go Big O.
Down there at the Sizzler.
Oh, yeah. Come on with it.
I bet you think I ain't never ate the Sizzler?
Oh, I know. I've eaten one of them banquet rooms many times.
Oh, you talking about the quarterback club on Monday?
Oh, yeah. Shoot, yeah.
That's so funny.
You think I've eaten at the quarterback club?
That's so good.
Man, that thing was packed.
That's right.
man.
That's when I made the great
So
Robert
hungry.
Kaufman line. If you remember.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember very well.
So that was over, and of course, so was her day. When was her day?
It was actually on the 12th, which was Thursday, I guess.
And then you and Betty's anniversary
It's
is
the 12th,
is
too.
it, right? So same day as her
So
birthday.
I'm the birthday gift that keeps giving for Bernice.
Yes, that boy.
We
Bernice.
enjoyed it, Miss Walker.
Yes, happy birthday, Bernice. There, look right there. Look at them young guns.
Yep.
Look at them young guns.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Oh, did we know?
Back in those days, it was just grape juice in them glasses. How about this?
That's so funny.
That's when Bubba was a Baptist deacon. That's before he went Methodist. You know what I mean?
ain't going either.
So good.
My goodness.
Well, this is all about Mrs. Walker.
But anyway, so and then Sherry's birthday was yesterday. Miss Sherry Burgess, 51 yesterday. So it was funny.
that?
Well, and we got. I mean,
I don't think you're supposed to tell their age. Right?
oh, Sherry doesn't care. Sherry says, I think she's kind of goes the other way.
Yeah.
She's saying what she says. If you'll go ahead and say my age, then people think I look pretty good for my age.
Yeah, right.
She said, I go the other way.
Yeah.
I tell people how old I am, so they go, wow, you don't look 51.
That's funny.
But we had a really, really, really great weekend. It was just wonderful. Beautiful Pensacola, Florida. And we did the Together Marriage Conference. I will tell you, we get a lot of opportunities through the manchurch.com and then through things that Sherry and I do together and whatever to interact with just churches all over the country. And really enjoyed that. And they're all great, just seeing the hospitality. But I got to tell you something. Olive Baptist in Pensacola and Pastor Ted Traylor and Sean and all the incredible people there. You know how when you go to a place and you just go, everything's first class?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they got their act together. It's first class. It's well done. And we had listeners come, I mean, from all over and were there. And I was thankful. But I actually met one couple because they kind of changed a little bit. What happened is Shane and Shane were supposed to do a concert where their plane gets canceled in Dallas.
Uh-oh.
So then they have to get another way to get them there. So they did get there. But it started kind of changing the way the evening was arranged because we got to them coming, and so it was the you know this thing we get the entire weekend, the famous all of us deal with, hey Rick, you don't get your coverage and all this, and it just happened the whole weekend.
Yeah.
And of course,
Sure
you've heard me say, Sherry, if anybody's ever said that to her and she just grins and says, baby, I'm sorry, no.
No.
And but got to meet they were trying COVID and all this, but at some point you're just like, man, all these people are here, and so they took a break in between the two sessions, and of course a break there they gave them heavy hors d'oeuvres, and then we had the second session, and then they had a whole dinner for them, then they had the concert. It was a really great weekend for the couples that came, and they limited it to 750 people, or 700, 300. What's 350 couples? 700. So so anyway, and so we got a chance, and then if you want to just come to the concert, you could, but to feed everybody, they limited that to 700 people, And it was just so good. And I saw this one couple. They said this was the first time they had ever, in their entire marriage, taken an anniversary trip. It was their anniversary, and they were looking at the forecast. And I was like, "Look, it's the beach. Don't panic. Just because the hour by hour saying it's going to rain." I said, "Tomorrow is probably going to be a beautiful day. Sherry is her birthday. We're going to try to stay here at the beach tomorrow." And give, because Sherry, if you can take Sherry anywhere on any special day, she wants to go to the beach.
The beach, huh?
And so it ended up, it was this daunting forecast. Of course, it was never a problem. It was a beautiful day all day long there in Pensacola. So I was happy for that couple too, because they were like, "Man, here we are." And I said, "Now it may start raining once you get into the week, but I think tomorrow you're going to be all right."
Yeah.
And it looked like it moved even to the east at the last minute again for Pensacola. So I know it looks bad for some other folks as far as rain and all that, and we'll talk to Spann about that coming up. But one of the things that I noticed when I was there, incredible time, incredible event, and we saw some great things. But if I could just speak to just our people a little bit, okay? Tattoo people. Okay, this is when we're out on the beach, okay? Tattoo people. Listen, tattoo community. Listen to me. Less is more. Okay?
I don't think any of them are buying on to that.
Tattoo community.
Yeah.
Less is more. Okay? If you want to tat up, you do have a mirror. No one wants to see a human comic strip. Okay? Less is more. And by the way, for those of you out there that say you would like to be unique and you don't like to go with the crowd, have no tats.
That's it.
We're now gone to where a tat is edgy to no tats is edgy.
Right.
There were less people without tattoos than there were with tattoos.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm talking, but less is more. I'll say, ladies, if I were to walk out on the beach and pull my pants down and show you my rear end, everybody would lose their mind and I would be arrested. Why are you walking around with your rear end completely exposed? I told Sherry, I said, "Sherry," because she's going, "Good gracious." I said, "No, if I were to walk out here and take my swim trunks and drop them down and moon everybody, I would be arrested, rightfully so. These women are mooning us. They're walking around with their bare rear ends completely exposed, and you go, no, it's not completely exposed. If you look right at the top of my crack, there's just a little piece of material. You know what I mean? I'm like, but your entire rear end is exposed."
Yeah.
And then I guess the next thing you'll do is me too. I mean,
yeah,
your entire rear end is exposed. You have exposed to everybody out here, children, your entire rear end. But if I were to come out here and say, "Look at my rear end," they would haul me away. I mean, it's just weird. I mean, so tattoo people, less is more.
Yeah.
If you want to be edgy, no tats. And ladies, there's plenty of bathing suits out there that you can almost show everybody everything you want to, but there's no need to walk around with your entire rear end exposed. Doesn't the sand bother you?
You would think.
I mean, doesn't the sand bother you? And you're just walking out here. I just don't get it. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't even look comfortable. But it's funny. I guess if I walked out and put just a little piece of material at the top of my crack, I could moon everybody and get away with it. He's mooning. No, he's not. That's just a bathing suit. It's so strange. It was like I just. And then if you combine the two, I'm tatted up and I'm showing you my butt. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show, and thank you for being with us. Much to do as we go forward on the program today, unpacking the stories. Tropical, whatever it is now, Fred. We will talk to Spann about that as Fred comes inland and what you can expect from rain and all of that and where you are, and got a good idea where it's going now. So we'll talk to Spann about that coming up in the next segment. Speedy, Helmsy, and Adler here. Greg out today getting a colonoscopy, trying to be, he's waited a little while. He's turned 55 years ago, but he's getting that done, and we'll have him back with us tomorrow. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Bubba.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
Also, we have a little fisticuff that broke out at SoFi Stadium, the Rams and the Chargers in a preseason game. And what you're going to find out is, and this is how these things always seem to go, is there is a woman in the crowd that starts the whole thing because she throws it. Now she's right here. Watch her. She throws, and I guess I don't need to do audio, right, Adler?
Probably not.
No. So we have Rams fans, and they seem to be fighting Charger fans. And the woman you see that was back there, look, now in a minute you're going to see her looking around for something to throw, and she's going to throw a drink on 99 there, and he's going to think it's one of these guys that did it.
And there she went. She just did it.
Yeah,
Rick.
so he thinks that's one of them, and it wasn't. She threw the drink on him.
Watch Big Yella. Now, Big Yella don't play. You see Big Yella?
I see
He's
Big
about
Yella.
to get involved,
Yeah.
and it's a mess.
Yeah, all right, now, in a minute, I want to warn all of you that we will see a man's rear end completely. But if you were at the beach this weekend, apparently that's no big deal.
Britches.
Yeah, look, guys, they are beating this guy so bad. And why is no one doing anything? Why is everybody just standing
He
around?
looks like he's the instigator that didn't have very many people with him.
Right.
And so we've got a ton of different views. This is
Okay.
the view from a couple of rows back.
Did you see
There's
the
Biggin.
woman? The woman who threw the drink quickly got out
Oh,
of it.
yeah,
Did you see her? Watch her leave right here.
Well, she
Rick,
didn't.
with
Well,
it.
look, she's
see
not
her
only
right there on the
purse.
left.
She's
She's
got her
heading out of
purse.
there.
She's got her
Yeah,
purse. and
yeah.
she's
She's going to try to beat up this big guy here. She's
What?
trying to get a little bit in.
Look,
See
Bubba,
him right there?
Bubba, look at him.
We call him Big Crack.
Big Crack.
And so now we're going to go from that view, and now you're going to see a view from the
No
upper
way
deck.
I do audio, right?
The upper deck one, I've listened to it. I don't think it's that
Look
bad,
from
but
up
it
top,
might be.
Bubba. Look at this thing.
It is.
I can't tell who's on whose side here.
It looks like Abdullah the Butcher.
But what about Big Yella there? Who's he
Big
fighting
Yella,
for?
Big Yella is fighting the guy that threw the first punch, but now he's fighting Big Crack, and Big Crack is
Big Crack is
he's having a tough time with them pants.
Wait, now,
I mean,
what about the one? Is he fighting the woman now?
no,
she
he's
just-
fighting Big Yella.
Okay, boy, he's got to get his drawers up.
Yeah,
Who's Uncle Festus fighting there? What side was he on?
yeah. I mean, there's just people. I mean, it clears. It clears what, 5 rows? Am I exaggerating there? It just everybody's kind of getting out of the way.
Yeah,
Hey, people, this
Oh,
is
my.
preseason.
Yeah.
Come
You
on.
See that pop there?
Yeah,
Yeah, you see what happens when
Folks,
you
this is preseason.
Yeah.
You're out of the gate too hot.
yeah.
right.
And
this all started, by the way, as far as the fisticuff. A woman throwing a drink on a guy, and he thinks the guy that he's arguing with.
He turned
Right,
around and just tried to clear everybody.
And we're
with
about
it.
to see this. Now, here's the view of what the lady does.
All right, watch this,
now
Bubba. Watch
this
this.
is the view here. Now, this
You
one I
can
don't
really
think you
see
need.
it here. You can really see her view here.
All right, so now this is from down below.
Right.
All right, so now this is really going to show
Big
what
Yella
happens.
is a Rams
Watch
fan,
Bubba right here. Look, there
and
it
so
is.
see, there you go. And now he thinks that's
yeah.
so the guy that has the
Look.
hat back around, he was turned around when she threw it. So he thinks the guys threw
Yeah,
it on him.
yeah.
Right.
He doesn't realize that it was her.
Right.
And so he throws a backhanded slap to the guys.
Big Mama.
And I guess
Oh.
Yeah,
I
got
don't
him
know if
fired
Big
up.
Yella's with her or not. I don't know, but that's what starts the whole thing.
All
He
right.
appeared to be fighting on the side of the Rams.
All right, so we have
Appeared.
all right, we have heavyset woman
Right.
throws drink on Big 99.
Yep.
He punches a
And
couple.
he's a Chargers
Yeah,
fan.
he punches 99. Okay.
He may have some anger issues
Right.
to begin with,
And
and,
then
he's
Big-
a pretty big guy.
Yeah.
Big Yella is on Big Mama's team. Who's Big Crack with?
I think I guess him because see, look, Big Crack's got his hands around
Okay, they're on-
around him. It looks like they're all together, maybe about 3 or 4
I
guys.
thought 99 turned into Big Crack when he got down in the pile.
Oh, go back if you don't mind, Adler. A lady comes up to this guy here that's got his hat on
To Big
backwards
99?
and said, to Big 99 and
Big
says,
Crack or Big 99?
Big 99 and says, hey, let's leave. And that's why he turns around. It looks like he's about to leave. and then the drink's thrown on him. Watch here. She's like, okay, look, let's just go.
Baby,
let's go.
Baby,
Let's go. And then Then
Oh, wow.
somebody
He
throws
was
the drink.
leaving. He was going to listen to her.
He was. Yeah. Guys, this woman started this whole fight. He was leaving.
Yeah.
It's only an argument till she throws the drink.
Right.
Wow.
And then now it's on.
And now it's on.
And we got people losing shirts, getting stuff ripped
Look
off.
at Big Yellow.
this is-
Big Yellow's considering his move, and now he's like, I'm in.
This is a lot of fighting for preseason.
It really is.
See,
How about
99
his-
turns into Big Crack right there.
What
when
about
they're
the
dragging
kidney
him
punch?
down.
How about his ribs hurting today?
He's getting,
Oh,
look
he's
at
really
that.
getting pummeled.
Can he even cough? Can he even cough today?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, he is.
I don't know if they're getting it.
Look at Tank Top.
Got him in a headlock.
Look,
Tank Top's tired.
Big Mama's leaving.
Right.
Look, 30's like, man.
Who is 91 there in front
30.
of him?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I
Big
see
Crack.
Big Crack over there.
Oh,
I
Big
saw it.
Crack.
How can you not?
He was bigger Crack.
Yeah, he was.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That's
wow,
moon
wow,
over
wow.
San Diego.
Watch her right here. Look, so
There
watch
she
her.
is.
The instigator right there.
Uh-huh.
Right now, it's just a bunch of fans, mouthing each other. And then here comes this guy's, I guess the woman he's with, maybe his wife, that says, hey, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
And look, they're leaving. And she throws that drink. She
Yeah.
starts the whole thing.
Right. And then, I mean, and you
Can't
think
even-
Big
and
Yellow's
then
2
ducks
rows
out of
down,
there.
you don't think he's going to be involved
Well,
like
look,
he
Big
is.
Yellow, he's considering. Watch Big Yellow think it
Yeah.
out. He's
He
like,
gets worked on down
yeah,
there.
yeah.
Right.
And then he encounters Big Crack as he's trying to get to Big 99.
Right.
They are
See,
wearing
look,
him out.
Big 99's taking a
91,
beating.
look, the 91 in the Charger, he's trying to break it
Yeah.
up.
Right.
16 is kidney punching.
Yeah.
You know, and
yeah.
now
lots of drinks being thrown.
yeah,
on
well,
people.
yeah, it's all in now.
Not much social distance
You know,
going on, and not one mask.
The old wife beater, the old black wife beater there, he's got him in a headlock. just
Guys,
down
nobody
the town.
panic. The pandemic's fine. This is actually, they were celebrating Obama's birthday.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so
There's Big Crack.
there's Big Crack. Good
People
gracious.
not wearing belts
Yeah.
anymore.
Well,
Hey.
good.
I don't know if a belt's going to hold
Look
that
who
up.
started the whole thing. Does anybody
there
care
she
who
is.
started it? Gosh, y'all, that's
Golly.
awful. That's really something right there.
Yeah, hey, it's a long season, people. You got to pace yourself.
I know, but if you
That's
think about it,
preseason.
I know.
Major League Baseball, how many fights have we had in the stands? Everybody's mad.
Where we're at,
Right?
Well, we all been cooped
We're
up.
starting to act like soccer fans.
Yeah, you can't coop us up like this. You know what it all leads to, Bubba? Same thing. Soccer fans fight at arenas out of sheer boredom.
Yeah, what was
we've been put into we've all been put inside our houses until we can't move or interact, and unless of course we wait for the government to come give us the jab, and then we're free to go out. And for some reason we still spread it, but everybody acts like we don't. But
Right.
But anyway, but this is what happens when people get cooped up and they're bored out of their mind.
what was the score of the game? Do we know?
I have no.
Oh wow,
That may play into
I
it,
think we
Rick.
talked about in the kickoff hour. This was more entertaining than any game I saw.
Yeah, but I mean, what was the score of that game? That might indicate why they were,
I have
getting
no idea.
distracted.
No, I have no idea.
Yeah, we can find out real quick.
And you know what? This face, none of us care. I mean, it's preseason.
But I'm just trying to get all the facts.
Right,
Why
yeah,
they're doing
sure.
what they're doing.
No
Yeah.
problem. We'll come back. James Spann will update us on the latest involving Fred, and then he'll tell us there's another one out there. I'm like you. I wish you would.
13-6. Is
Yeah,
that right?
Chargers won 13-6.
That's a classic preseason score.
Yeah.
That's classic. Defense is way ahead of offenses, and the first team playing a quarter. We'll be back. James Spann next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't
It's 20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number as we make our way back. So we told you Spann was going to come in here and give us the latest on Fred, and he is here with us now.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's a Mayweather man. He's a mighty James Spann.
Hello, James Spann. How are you today, buddy?
It's Monday, gentlemen. How are you?
We're good. I will tell you that I almost thought about doing some reports for you. You know, I was in Pensacola this past weekend, and I started to maybe reach out and say, hey, you want me to do a live shot from down here?
You'd look good. You got that hair, you can get that thing blowing around and sheet metal flying. That would have been good.
Can I tell you what was kind of fun, though, before we get to the update? And when I say this, you'll get this. So it didn't have anything to do with Fred that I could tell, because if you've ever been to the Gulf Coast, and this time of year it's so humid and hot, thunderstorms can come from anywhere at any time. And one of those really, really good ones came in after the sun went down, and Sherry and I were sitting out on the deck of our hotel room, and we just sat there and watched that incredible, when creation gives you a light show. Mm-hmm. And I mean, it was beautiful, and it was. I mean, I never thought about that. I said, usually storms can be scary, but watching that over the Gulf Coast, knowing that it's a few miles out. But yet, you can still hear everything and see everything. And some of the lightning that you were able to see in those things is really incredible.
It is the greatest show on earth. It's stunning to me. See, some people go down there to get sun. I go down there to look for thunderstorms and water spouts. I think they're awesome.
Have you still never seen a water spout?
Have you seen one yet? A water spout?
Never.
James.
Never.
James, I see one every time I go.
Every human being has seen a water spout on the planet except for one guy, and that guy would be me. But one day before I die, it's going to happen. Mark
you know
my
what?
words.
I would like to see the northern lights at a high, latitude where it's really strong. I mean, once or twice in my life, we've had some that got down our way, just a flicker. Mm-hmm. But I'd like to really go out and see the northern lights in its full bounty. I think that'd be really cool.
That
and
really
spooky
would.
too.
Yeah. So, James, tell us about tell us about Fred.
Yeah, so the system is a lot better organized this morning. It's really struggled during its life. It's had interaction with these mountainous islands like Hispaniola. It interacted with Cuba. It's been fighting wind shear, and it's still fighting wind shear, but it's trying. This thing is really trying. You can see it looks pretty good on the radar presentation this morning. Currently, the top winds are 50 miles per hour with this, and it's coming right up toward the Florida Panhandle, and this will likely make landfall sometime this evening. And it's already obviously raining in places like Panama City Beach and Port St. Joe, Indian Pass, Cape San Blas, Apalachicola. And if you look at these tracking maps, everybody looks at the maps and the cone. Remember, a tropical storm is not a dot on a map. It's kind of broad, and it's typically lopsided, and it's asymmetrical. The bulk of the wind and the rain with this thing is going to be along and east of the track center. And for those that are east of the track center, the main impact, it's going to be from heavy rain and flooding potential. The heaviest rain from Fred will be in a zone from, again, Panama City, Apalachicola, up to Dothan, Alabama, Atlanta, Georgia, and Asheville, North Carolina. In the Florida Panhandle there in that region, they could see rain amounts up to 5, maybe 6 inches. And then Dothan, Alabama, Eufaula, Alabama, Atlanta, they're going to see rain amounts between 3 and 5 inches. And obviously in those areas, we've got a flash flood watch. In effect, that would include Atlanta. That does include Montgomery, Alabama, and Dothan, Alabama, for the possibility of some flooding issues there. And the other thing, too, fellas, keep in mind on the east side of a tropical storm's circulation, you always have the chance of a few of these brief, isolated tornadoes, and they're very problematic for us in the weather business. These are not like the big tornadoes you see in March and April. These are typically very short-lived. In fact, oftentimes they last for just a few minutes, so by the time a warning goes out, they're gone. And they can easily be underneath the radar, literally low-topped under the radar, so sometimes there's no warning at all. In terms of the threat of those isolated tornadoes, the higher threat, the southeast corner of Alabama, the southwestern corner of Georgia, then down through North Florida. Down toward the Gulf Coast, again, Panama City Beach, Apalachicola, St. Mark's, Tallahassee, with a chance of that. But there is a low-end threat of an isolated tornado as far north as the southern suburbs of Atlanta. And in terms of the storm surge, we're looking at 3 to 5 feet east of Indian Pass. Now, west of Indian Pass, that would be Panama City, Destin, Pensacola, just 1 to 3 foot there. And all up and down the central Gulf Coast, we got a storm surge, or I'm sorry, a rip current risk, a high danger of rip currents through tomorrow night. So obviously double red flags are going to be flying. But the good news, after this thing passes tomorrow morning, the weather's going to be fine during the day tomorrow and the rest of the week down on the Gulf Coast if you're beach bound, just the typical mix of sun and scattered storms. But again, this morning, we're watching conditions all up and down the coast. They've got increasing surf, obviously, and the rain has started to fall in the panhandle. And real quick, fellas, I got to mention, we got 2 more systems on the board. We've got Grace, which is a disorganized tropical depression on the southern coast of Hispaniola. If this thing survives, and it probably will, this will come out across the southern Gulf, and it looks like this was going to wind up in Mexico, the Mexican coast, south of Brownsville, Texas on Saturday, so no threat to the central Gulf Coast. And tropical depression number 8 is east of Bermuda. This will probably do the hokey pokey and loop around Bermuda and then recurve out to sea. This should get the H name, and that would be Henri. You have to kind of stick your lower lip out when you say that.
Henri.
Henri. So the bottom line is, once Fred gets out of here, we believe that Grace will not affect the United States and Henri will not affect the United States. So hopefully we'll have a little quiet stretch after Fred.
I will tell you this, and you hit on it, James, but it needs to be really, really serious. We had that thunderstorm that came in after the conference Saturday night, but it was kind of beautiful to watch. The next day, it was beautiful weather. Of course, if you were looking at the forecast and the hours by hours, they were saying it was going to pour all day on Sunday, and it didn't at all. It was beautiful because it's so hard to predict. It kept shifting and moving, and it went more to the east of Pensacola, which was great. And we had a beautiful day. But I will tell you this, which was your point. If you shut your whole trip down, if it's nothing dangerous, and this wasn't dangerous, it's so hit or miss when you're on the Gulf Coast. You're going to have beautiful weather mixed in with some rain here and all this. And like you're talking about, this is going to rain a little bit, but by Tuesday, if you're there all week, you're probably back to having a great time again. But I will say this, from getting in the water is very dangerous. The rip tide, it was so strong. I'm 260 pounds, and I was having a hard time standing up because the pull was so hard. And I didn't get in more than thigh deep. But it was, when we would try to get in there, you could hardly stand up. So just be real careful with that. Take that very serious. When they tell you, look, enjoy the water, you can get in there, and let it run on you. Watch your kids. And there were a couple of times that young kids were running toward the water and the parents were hollering. You'd have to pick them up and grab them for a minute, because for them to step in, it can get them real fast, real fast. So the water down there right now is dangerous. So when they're telling you it's dangerous, just pay attention to that, and still enjoy it and have a great time. Just don't. This is not the time to be a daredevil and show us how well you can swim, because
we've had tragic loss of life this year, because of this down there, children and adults as well. So that's a great point, Rick. And that's the other thing people ask: do I need to cancel my trip? I can't answer those questions. I just don't possess the knowledge to do that, because everybody has a different tolerance level for driving in rain, and everybody goes to the beach for different reasons. Like I say, it wouldn't bother me if I were in Panama City today. It wouldn't bother me at all. I'd pay attention to the weather. Sure, it's going to be windy and wet, but go get something to eat, man. There's some good restaurants down there. Just take that opportunity to do that, and then tomorrow it's going to be fine. But you do have to pay attention, because there could be some flooding issues, and that's the other thing. The freshwater flooding, not storm surge flooding, but freshwater just from rain. It'll cover those roads pretty quick down there. And don't be some knucklehead. And it's mostly guys that do this. They drive through roads that are totally underwater. Just turn around, don't drown, don't do that, and use your common sense and listen for tornado warnings that they're issued. And then tomorrow's going to be a fine day. You'll be in great shape tomorrow.
Yeah, we had a couple in Pensacola that was going to stay the whole week after the conference. They're like, well, it looks like our trip's going to be ruined. I said, your trip's not ruined. I said, now you may have some
watch movies for a day.
You may have some moments when it's raining, whatever. Don't give up the whole trip. You're going to be. And then even on Sunday, they were thinking, well, tomorrow we thought we might. I said, don't leave. I said, tomorrow's going to have a lot more sun than it's going to have rain. And it did turn out that way. I said, when you're down there, unless it's dangerous weather, just stay with it. You're going to be all right. James, thanks a lot. Appreciate
you, James.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
See you. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And thank you guys for being with us today. Are you looking to maybe upgrade your mattress? You think you can do better? Mattress getting old. Maybe your mattress, you just don't like it. Whatever the case may be, if you're going to make that move, let me move you over to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Now, Greg is not with us today, but he'll be back tomorrow. But he meant, he's been telling you that he and his wife, Lisa, they were looking for a mattress. So we were just talking to the folks at Helix about them becoming part of the program. And so he and Lisa went on there and filled out the information and got a mattress customized for them, and they're loving it. And you can do the exact same thing. They customize it based on what sleep positions you normally use. Are you on your back, your stomach, your side, some combination? You'll let them know that. And what do you like? Do you like it soft, medium, firm? And then they customize it, send it to you. And the design is the latest technology when it comes to mattresses. It's been voted the #1 best overall mattress by GQ and Wired magazine. So take the very easy 2-minute online quiz to match your body type and sleep preferences to the perfect mattress just for you, like Greg and Lisa Burgess have done. HelixSleep.com/Bubba will save you $200. And you're going to get a 10-year warranty and a 100-day free trial. And they ship it right to your door. So HelixSleep.com/Bubba for truly amazing sleep. Also a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Bubba, just want to take a minute here on the program today. And, over the years, there's people have asked, and you and I really have tried to be careful about not going to church together. And because, if we all go to get at one church, and especially you and me, there's a cut-up factor and all that. So
there's some things that start happening. We don't mean for them to,
right.
But they seem to happen. So we're trying to be respectful and keep the jet fuel separate.
Yeah, spread it. And so being the pastor for anybody on this show, the church that we attend, anything that happens at church could potentially be a bit on the show. And that. I mean, it's not an easy road. And so Sherry and I were talking this past week.
It even goes to us suggesting about different sermons on various holidays.
There you go. So we actually, Sherry and I were discussing this. Sherry talked about it in her part of the message this past weekend at the marriage conference. And it is true. It's this beautiful thing that Sherry and I get to celebrate. We both were kind of cultural Christians and believed all the right concepts before we were married. But demons believe all the right concepts, and James makes this really clear in the book of James. But there was really no evidence in our life of the fruit of the Spirit, meaning that we actually abided in Christ, and you could see Jesus flowing through us, because He says, "I will produce much fruit in those that abide in Me, and repent and submit to My authority, and that'll prove that they are My disciples." In John 15, John talks about that again in 1 John, because he remembers hearing it firsthand. But anyway, so when Sherry and I were married, that is when that we were confronted with our redemption. And Rick Cagle was the pastor who has gone on to glory, and he helped us through that process and was the first person to sit down and discuss this with us and what God's standard of marriage was, which, is not something, unfortunately, I had adhered to as a cultural Christian, which, by the way, that's just a nice way of saying lost. But anyway, So that started that process, and God has placed these pastors in our lives, and I think He does for everybody, who pursue this. The people who come along at different stages of your sanctification, and they help you. So Rick Cagle was there for us as a new married couple, and then Jerry Starlin was the first church where Sherry and I plugged into, and he discipled us for the first 3 years of our marriage. I remember thinking, you know how sometimes you say, what was the moment you realized something had really changed in your life, the power of Christ? Mm-hmm. Everybody has those in their testimony. And you know what I remember? I looked at Lakeview Baptist Church on a Monday night, and I was holding hands with a bunch of old men praying about going on Monday night visitation. Yeah. And I looked around, I said, something has changed in my life drastically. So anyway, so then when Sherry and the show moved to Birmingham in 1998, Sherry and I visited a lot of churches, and we joined and were members for a little over 20 years for Shades Mountain Baptist Church, where Danny Wood has been the pastor for 24 and a half years, I think. Wow. And so when we got there, he was brand new, and the job that he and that church did in our life and they discipled us and helped us raise our children for over 20 years, and we were involved and were trusted with stuff. But what they did for us far exceeds anything we did for the church. And so when Sherry and I had got to the point we felt like that God was taking us to the next place for us to serve and to be discipled, where we are now, we've been there since January, we sat down to talk to Danny Wood, who had been our pastor for over 20 years, to talk to he and his wife about that. I don't think people should leave churches and never talk to the pastor. If you want, you sit down and talk about what's going on in your life. And I had done some interim pastoring at Valleydale Church, and it's 7 minutes from our house. And I was like, I don't know why God keeps calling us here. Maybe that was the end of it. I helped them with the transition to their now pastor, Mac Brunson. And I thought, well, that was kind of maybe the end of it. Then they hired Brody to be their creative director, and I'm like, well, here we go with this Valleydale
Wouldn't
thing.
go away, would it?
Wouldn't go away. And so finally I said, Lord, I guess this is where you want us to go now. And we were obedient to that, but I wanted to talk to Danny because of how much he has meant to our family. And that night that we talked, he asked me, he said, are you going to be able to come to church? It was what would have been the next Sunday. I said, well, we're actually going to be joining Valleydale that Sunday. And he said, was there any way you can go to both services? And I said, yeah, we can do that, the way they stagger. And he said, because I want you to be there when I announce my retirement. And I was like, boy, you talk about confirmation.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, well, this really makes this a lot less difficult. Mm-hmm. And so this past Sunday, I just wanted to say congratulations. Sherry and I had been booked at this marriage conference for a long time, so and Sherry's birthday, so we were not able to be there for what they call Danny Day, was when these followers of Jesus that had been discipled by Danny as their pastor for 24 and a half years. A lot of them probably had been there the entire time. Mm-hmm. We had been there for 20 years of it. And they all said thank you yesterday, and Danny Wood has retired. And so I wanted to use the platform that God has given us to also say, job well done. And I can speak to that. And we've been through a lot of difficult things together. And he, as our pastor, has pastored us, as has the folks at that church, through a lot of things and helped us to grow and gave us responsibility we'd never been given before. And so I just want to have my opportunity to tell Danny Wood thank you for how he has served the Lord. And I know the only thing good about him is Jesus. And I'm excited about his retirement. I think he's excited too. It was there's a
lot of pressure when you're a pastor of any size church, but especially a large church and so many people you're put in charge of. And we worry. We talk about it, pastors, a lot, and we've had Pastor Appreciation Day here on the show a few times. Mm-hmm. It's an awesome responsibility.
We've tried to do that, and I'm even talking with our current pastor now and telling him the thing that we've told every pastor that you and I have ever had access to through our journey is we know that nobody ever calls the pastor and says, just want to check in with you and let you know
things are going great.
That I'm doing
Praise
great.
the Lord.
I'm growing in my faith. I've listened to everything that God's told you to tell me, and I'm actually doing it, and everything's just going great. Pastors don't get those kind of calls. So it's a tiresome job, but it's a rewarding job. And so, and look, all they are is human beings. They don't do everything perfect. They don't do everything right. But I can say this. I'm just going to talk about the things that I can say. Is that Danny Wood said this, and this was zero reservation. He got this church in a position that the new pastor has everything that he needs. I mean, it is sitting there, with no debt. It's sitting there with all the facilities you could possibly ever want. And he did, and he could have easily skirted out and left some of this that needed to be done to him. And he said he came under conviction about that he said, I'm going to finish out these things. Nobody loves capital campaigns, and Danny had to go through some of those to get it set up where it needed to be. And this guy coming in, which seems like he's going to be fantastic, is set up and ready. So he did that well. And the number one thing when people ask me, what's the one thing that you liked about Danny Wood the most? And that is Danny Wood is one of the few pastors that has a church of this size that never wanted to be a celebrity. He had no desire to do that. His humility and he never wanted to be a celebrity pastor. And with the size of church he has, sometimes that's kind of forced on you. And that was never a comfortable jacket that he wanted to put on. And I think he understood, his call and what he was good at. And then he understood where some areas that he, all of us have our strengths and we have our weaknesses. And he was always very transparent about he just wanted to be the pastor of a local church. and did it well. So Danny Wood retires, and job well done. And I'm thankful for the way God has used you in my life and our family. So well done. And that was a big
proud of Danny.
Yeah,
and his family.
Yeah,
I mean they're all involved.
That's right.
Yeah, and he's one of those people that definitely has things he enjoys away from his job and all that. So I think he'll do well. And he finally learned he needed to quit running long distances. God finally took that away from him. So at least he won't have to be doing that anymore. So we'll be back. 15 minutes to the top. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, we just want to give a quick word of thanks. We just sat for 5 hours for the reception line, and it was a marathon, but it was well worth it. Thank you so much for taking the time to express your appreciation to us. The whole day's been great. We love you, and we're looking forward to all that God has in store for Shades.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is out from this past weekend. A brand new one, Chris Hastings, award-winning chef, is our guest. I think you'll enjoy that. Go grab that again today. I must warn you, though, you will get hungry. You will get hungry. So a lot of shout-outs on the show today, and this next one, I was talking to some of our tubers that are watching the show today, and the coop is loose out there, and I hate Greg is not here to see coop, but anyway, Bubba just cleaned the window for them, which I thought was very, very, very nice.
No, I just handed them the Windex because I don't have a squeegee.
So anyway, they're trying to look at that, but he said that he's a little shocked today by this next birthday shout out we're about to do.
Yeah.
Because these are those moments I think that the audience realize time's getting away.
Yeah.
We've been at this a while.
Braden Michael Helms turned 16 yesterday. Wow. He and Sherry share a birthday. We've talked about that.
Yeah, how cool is that?
Hey, how about little man is not so little anymore?
I'm 16. I'm 1'6".
Well, here's the good news. Now he can drive the others around where they need to be.
That's a scary thought.
Is he getting his license today? Or?
No, we've got probably another month or so before we nail that down. But he is driving, and hey, that's a party. And just the fact that he's tackled our driveway alone says we've got some progress.
Who is in charge of training? Is that
It'd
you?
be
or
me.
Amanda?
It's so funny because
Careful here, careful.
I am. I'm gonna be very careful here, but because probably I guess this was 4 or 5 months ago when we really started getting into him driving a lot and practicing, and I was the one doing it. And I just told Amanda one day, I said, "Listen, you need to go experience this and just see what's going on." And she walked in shortly after from this trip, and she said, "I'm never doing that again."
Never. Right.
And what's funny about that is 5 minutes after that, Braden walked in the room and he goes, "Dad, I'm never doing that again." I'm with you. Right. Like you're going to have to do this.
That chemistry doesn't work.
Nah, it doesn't. So he's come a long way. He's thankful for him, love him very much, and he's growing into a nice young man. He's one of those deals, and he didn't get this from me. This is completely from Amanda, and this is really shock for me to say because it doesn't run in my family. Right. He's a very sweet soul. Like he is he has
that's
got
not
the
you.
No, it's not. He has the giant heart. And awesome. and it is awesome. And so I learn a lot from him on that front. And so but he's growing up on us, and it's difficult. And Adler was rolling pictures earlier today, and this was on Amanda's Instagram account, and just to see them through the years, and now to know, goodness, he's 16. Look at that.
Could I want to? You seen?
And when I started the show, by the way, he was like 3 or 4.
Right. Wow.
So think about that.
And boy, the time will fly really now because you won't see them because they won't be there.
Right. Has he gotten? You seen any whiskers yet?
A little bit. Yeah, he's starting.
Get a little fuzz.
Yeah, starting to. yeah.
They're coming because he and Reese are only like a year apart. And I was telling Reese just this past weekend, "Hey, big guy, we got to get in there and we got to shave a little bit."
Yeah, is he still to the point where just a cat could lick it off?
Yes, 100%.
Okay,
yeah,
that's right. But there's like just little peach fuzz everywhere.
This is what I wanted out of you, by the way. This is exactly what I wanted.
Yeah. So I know y'all don't like cats. You can just get a little cat to lick it off. But
and there it goes.
Look, this is the time. Well, this is time now. I got to start. I'm gonna have to let's see if he can stand in there and see if he can handle me.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna have to move him around a little bit. Once they turn 16, I go after him.
Well, and he's been trying to do that a little bit around the house.
Do you have to wait till he has a driver's license?
Yeah. Well, no. I'm gonna get him ready for his driver's license.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
That's so good.
Is he a pretty good driver?
Yeah. I mean, look, as good as any 16-year-old can be. I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
how about to this day? Sherry won't ride with Bigelow.
We were in a situation.
He's 22.
I mean, Bigelow don't like riding with Sherry.
Well, let me tell you something. If you don't, Sherry does. Sherry assumes in every vehicle she gets in that whoever's driving has no idea where they're going.
We were in a situation 2 weeks ago. Where it nearly went bad, and I was proud of him for the way he handled it. Right. And there was we were just going home. We had been hitting tennis balls. He was driving, and there was a car coming. And the driveways in Vestavia are just because it is named Vestavia Hills for a reason. For those of you that just travel 31 and never get off the beaten path of Vestavia, it's nothing but hills.
Yeah, try jogging it.
And so this person started really backing up out of their driveway. And of course, I know they're going to stop at the top. But they're going wide open.
Well,
so it does look as if, hey, they're just coming on out there. And so now Braden's got a decision. Does he trust them or does he swerve left because he thinks they're coming out? And he was like, you could tell you take a deep breath, and then he just stayed in his lane. And I said, hey, that was good. And I was nervous wreck. I thought, goodness gracious, that could have been ugly. Like that was a head-on collision coming. And of course, I threw in. Your mother would have never handled that the way I did, because I didn't say anything other than we got to the next stop sign. And I said, I got to tell you, that was very nice the way you handled that.
Yeah,
I said, because if they would have backed out and hit you, that's on them. But you can't swerve over and hit this person.
No.
And so he was like, man, I thought they were coming out. And I said, well, I did too. Yeah. Caught me off guard.
Yeah, that's when I had to give the lesson that you don't have to run into a ditch to let an ambulance by.
Yes.
Okay. Right. If it's 2 lane wrong with no shoulder.
Right.
Yeah, because now the ambulance has to stop for you.
Yeah.
You're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you don't run your car into a ditch.
Yeah.
Just slow down and let the ambulance driver's professionalism on the 2 lane road with no shoulder get by you.
Yeah.
Yep.
But you don't have to put your car in the ditch.
Yeah. Is he a debater?
No, not really.
See, one of mine was a debater.
Oh,
and so
that's going to be Caroline. When Caroline starts, that's going to be her.
I finally had to tell him, we can debate and argue about why I said stop or speed up or please stop. Don't go, why? I want what let's stop.
And then talk about
because if I'm saying to stop,
do what I say,
I'm obviously seeing something, and then once we stop, then we can go, okay, why'd you tell me to stop? Then we can discuss it. But one of mine wanted to debate me. Well, why do I need to?
So how are the younger sisters looking at this? Are they thinking this is going to get us more transportation? Are they
at some point you're going to be glad.
Are they competitive?
scared?
Are they aggravating about it?
No, I don't. They don't really care. They don't.
Okay.
They don't really think of anything.
Try to get that
of
taxi ready.
Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
know.
Try to get that taxi ready.
I will say this: he is, and I don't help anything because the way I drive, but I have to explain to him you can't drive like this because, and I'm not talking about just driving. Period. I'm talking about little things like, look, we all do it. We'll all roll through a stop sign at some point. Come to a stop, and you come to a stop. You're creeping. You're looking. You've looked 4 or 5 times every way, but you never stop. You roll through it. Well, I've told him the other day, buddy, you're gonna have to stop. Like I get that I do that sometimes. Okay, I do.
You hear what you're saying?
But I know. That's what I told him. I said, I get I do that sometimes. Well, I couldn't say I don't do that.
Right.
I couldn't lie about it. Then I'm lying too.
Because he saw it.
Yeah. And hey, buddy, you're gonna have to stop. Well, I mean, hey, you're gonna have to stop.
Right.
Look, I'm well aware of what's going on. I've looked behind me. I've looked to
Been
the
at it a
side.
while.
There's no cops around. I mean, I'm just saying.
Right.
They're not going to give you that grace because you don't even know they're there. Stop.
Right.
Okay? And I'm going to try to do better.
So
I'll try to do better.
Are you teaching stop at the stop sign unless you don't see the law? Nobody's
No,
coming?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I told him that's what I did. I told him he couldn't. And I stopped. It's a stop. I'm stopping, but it's brief.
It is.
It's real brief.
It's not a 2 Mississippi stop, is it?
And tell them not to do howdy doody. I remember that was my driver's head coach.
Yeah.
And she goes, oh, there's a howdy doody. That's what we're talking about. Howdy doody.
Yeah. Well,
howdy doody.
that's good, by the way. I remember that.
That, and I also teach you how to get in a perfect stance. I've got everything. It works every time.
He's going to come spend an afternoon with you.
Yeah. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour. This hour will start from the broadcast plaza and teleport with phones. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Anything you want to talk about, man, we've covered a lot of topics today, and you can weigh in on any of those at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available, so your time to move is now, and you will get in if you move right now, and we'll walk through some topics with you. All right, so let me hit you with some things you need to know this week from the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. From themanchurch.com tonight, Scott Dawson speaking of First Baptist Church, Troy, Alabama. That's tonight. They're going through our first curriculum, The Pursuit, and this is their next man church, their next gathering, and Scott Dawson will be their speaker tonight, so make plans to be there if you can. Coming up this weekend, I'll be traveling along with Team Man Church to Linwood Baptist Church in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Excited about that. Linwood is putting together the Catalyst Weekend, Shane and Shane in concert Friday night, the men's Man Church one day. Rich Wingo and I will be speaking on Saturday morning, and then Saturday afternoon and evening, a women's event. So get all that information by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com, and you can see the upcoming events. So we'll see you in Cape Girardeau coming up this Saturday. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. So phone calls coming in now, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get it started. 100.3 The River. Randy is standing by. Randy, thank you for your patience, and welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all?
We're good.
Hey, Rick, I got a suggestion for you guys for the podcast. Do you know a gentleman named Chad Robichaux?
I do not.
Okay, he's a speaker, too. He's a ex-Marine, ex-civilian operator that did contracting work in Afghanistan and stuff, and he's got a Christian foundation now and does a lot of stuff. He's also an ex-UF Strike Force champion.
Okay.
And he's big time into men's ministry, and I was wondering if you guys could ever reach out to that guy, because I have a feeling he'd be very interested in doing your podcast.
Well, especially now with all this going on with Afghanistan, there's a lot of different tie-ins now. So,
he does a lot of Christian ministry for U.S. military PTSD stuff, but like I said, he's also a special operator after he got out of the military.
Okay.
And he does a lot of Christian speaking and stuff.
All right. Well, thank you for that.
I thought that dude would be a great guy for your podcast. It's Chad Robichaux.
Got it. No, and I see
And
Adler's
also-
pulling this stuff up on the screen right now. So,
Yeah, that dude would be awesome. And secondly, real quick, I'm retired Army, so everything that's happened the last few days is killing me. But how in the world can a president be missing on vacation right now? And the fact that his press secretary has an email sent out this morning saying, she's out of the office for the next week.
Unbelievable.
And can't be contacted.
can you imagine, if you just want to go apples and apples, can you imagine, and I would be in agreement with those that were upset, by the way, but can you imagine if this was Trump right now and he was like at Camp David and his press secretary said, hey, I'm out of the office
For
today.
him to say a week ago that this was not happening, this was on the 8th, so it's been 1 week that this could not happen, to have this totally different than what he said a week ago.
Yeah.
To be this short-sighted. And the other thing too, while I'm thinking about it, please everybody be happy that Mean Trump is off Twitter, but let's allow the Taliban leader to still have his Twitter account open.
Hey, Randy, while I have you, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Did you serve in Afghanistan?
No, I did not. I did 20-something years, got out 8 years ago, and that is the one place I have not.
Okay, well, I had a question.
I'm still with a government contract company. I still get to hang out with the cool kids. I deal mostly at some posts, and some of my guys that I work with are ex-Rangers. We still got several officers working and everything, and I just what's happening is absolutely crazy.
Let me ask you this: I'm confused about the Afghani National Army's unwillingness to fight.
Anybody that that's been over there understands that most of those guys in any confrontation that they were with, they were motivated by the fact that they had American support at any time that they needed it, and people were embedded with them constantly.
We saw the same thing with the Iraqi army. We saw the same thing with the Iraqis.
Well, let me ask you this, though.
They're absolutely scared to death of what their families are going to be. So when the time came, there's no American support. So I've either got to look after my family or it is what it is.
Well, I'm just confused why the Afghan fighters feel that way, but the Taliban doesn't. They seem to be able to function fine and lay dormant for 20 years for the most part.
Yeah.
Well, and like I said, there's only 75,000 of them, so it's not like they were a big threat. That's what he said a week ago.
Right.
Yeah, but look, 75,000 motivated will beat 300,000 unmotivated every time.
Well, I mean, when the Taliban first
beautiful this morning, at least they had their mask on.
Yeah, when the Taliban first made a move about a week ago, we saw video of all these the Afghan National Army surrendering and putting their guns in a stack. Remember? Do you remember that?
Yeah. I don't know. To the phones,
I don't follow that.
Yeah, well, I think he answered it.
If you're not willing to die for freedom, you probably don't deserve it.
They're only as strong as the Americans and the allies supporting them. When we leave, they do not believe they don't have the same wherewithal to fight.
Yeah, well, I'd heard stories about gunfights where the Afghan nationals would just simply run back to a safe place, put their gun down, and start eating, while the Americans were still shooting.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't understand that mentality.
Bruce in Nashville. Bruce, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
So you had somebody last week, I think it was an emailer, that said they were tired of you talking about COVID and they challenged you to do a show without talking about it. Well, I agree with them. And I'm tired of some topics, and I'm going to challenge you to do just one show without mentioning COVID, Biden, taxes, the military, government, capitalism, conservatism, public schools, college professors, politicians, music, sports, NIL, food, religion, hot weather, holidays, hunting, fishing, MMA, trucks, family, the aging process, body aches, medical procedures, stupid people, fat people, mullets, technology, science, space travel, TV shows, radio shows, podcasts, movies, and anything in the 80s. And anything that's considered funny. Other than that, I'm good with it.
Yeah, you hadn't left us a lot of room to land there. We gotta have something to land this plane on.
Bobby in Lincoln. Bobby, go ahead.
Hey guys, I get out a lot of these country roads, and the other day I saw a fella cutting grass in his front yard with a pair of gym shorts on and some suspenders.
That's
you guys use in the future.
I laughed pretty hard. I had some friends that were checking in on the conference.
Don't you call that overall?
Yeah, this past weekend, and they were talking about what it was like to cut grass in the Alabama sun this past weekend. And one of them said, "I feel like I'm cutting grass on the actual sun." So yeah, I guess he was dressed. We'll come back. More of your phone calls coming in. 866 We Be Big as we let you weigh in now as we kind of turn the show over to see what's on your mind.
Look, I want to point out we've gone 2 hours and almost 30 minutes without talking about COVID.
Right, yeah.
Today. But now, there's still a lot left.
Yeah, there is. and some of you may bring it up in the phone calls. But lines are available. We'll continue to talk with you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. If you're just joining us, we've covered a lot of topics today. And now we're taking phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and there are lines available so you can get in. Greg is out today. Is Greg in the middle of the process right now? Do we know? Is he getting
probably getting prepped at this point?
Getting prepped at this point. Everybody know how yesterday went?
I'm sure it was ugly.
Yeah, that was it. To the phones we go. Let's go to Steve in Montgomery, listening to us on I-92 WLWI. Steve, thanks for your patience. Go ahead, buddy.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I have a little insight as to the mindset of the Afghani army and why they, we were talking about why they just gave up and just threw the guns down and ran, basically.
Okay.
After almost 21 years of the U.S. over there trying to teach them, the problem is in Muslim countries, everything is related around family. If you're not part of their family, they don't trust you. So the U.S. went over there to train the military and their civilian police force in proper, techniques. But since they weren't family oriented, they weren't part of the Afghani family, they didn't listen to it. They're still stuck back in the Stone Age as far as my brothers are going to have my back, but when your brother throws his gun down, then you're going to do the same thing. You're going to throw yours down and run.
Well, let me ask you this, Jamie. The Taliban doesn't appear to be playing by the same rules.
Yeah.
What about their family?
The Taliban are not your typical Muslim, family. They are.
What about family?
Terrorists.
Yeah. So terrorists don't have family?
Well, they don't relate to family. They'll kill their brother just as quick as they will their enemy.
So we didn't have any mean Afghanis. Is that what you're saying? We had all the ones that couldn't cut it, and the mean ones went to the Taliban?
Yeah, so explain this to me.
Because it's the same country, right? Yeah. I mean, am I missing something?
Let me use your own analogy to make it even more confusing. See, I love my family. And if I thought that putting my gun down meant the people coming in my house were going to kill my family, I'd fight to my last breath to keep you from taking my family. Because if I throw down my gun, I don't give a rip what Billy's doing if it's going to put my family in jeopardy. So that still doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, it's the fact that they don't listen to anyone except their family.
But that's still you're not understanding my point.
So the Taliban trainers are better than the American trainers because they're family?
But I mean, if we don't want to protect my family from the Taliban?
I'm not really following that line. Right there.
Chris and Hoover. Chris, go ahead.
Hey guys. Hey, I feel like the previous caller said some of the things I was going to say, but so 12-year intelligence community veteran. I've been to Iraq, read a lot of the reports coming out of Afghanistan, and listen, these guys haven't been on our side in years. And I'll give you an example. When the rules of engagement changed in Afghanistan, we started having to basically, say, okay, we got to let these guys take the reins. We need them to lead the operation. So when it was almost immediately when you said, okay, here's the target, we're going to go roll up tonight. Here's where we're going to go. We know he's been there. Let's go. And the Afghans would lead the mission. Well, surprise, surprise, nearly every time. You know what happened? Suddenly the guy wasn't there. He just happened to leave for the store right at the minute that the operators were rolling up to pick him up. And this happened over and over again. They were selling us out left and right behind our backs.
Yeah. But to what gain? They want Americans to go home. They look at them as invaders. But I'd rather have the Taliban come in, take my cell phone, my color TV, rape my wife, kill my daughter. I'd rather have that.
I mean, listen. I hear you, but you have to understand that it's year 600 and something in Afghanistan.
Yeah,
that's just
but
the reality.
But it doesn't matter what time of history we're in. I don't want people to rape my wife and kill my daughter and take away everything I have, and then if I don't adhere to their religious conviction, they cut my head off. It seems like I'd be against that no matter what time of that I'm living in. I guess what I'm saying, does it go back to the thing that makes everybody very uncomfortable? Bubba and I have talked about it for years. If there's a nation that is waging war in any way, shape, or form, traditionally or through terrorism, against our country, and we say we've had enough, and we go in, then what we need to do is completely take over. Don't do nation building. Do not hand off responsibility to anybody, and just say we're here, and we will not tolerate you putting terrorist cells, funding terrorist cells, and training, and we're never leaving. And we're here, and we'll always have a presence here, and you're free to go about your business, but you're not free to attack anybody anymore. And we don't turn any responsibility over to anybody else.
You are exactly right, and that is the only way that we should ever enter one of these things ever again. Is we say, listen, but as the president, he should tell Congress before you authorize this. Here's what you need to know: we're going in. This will be a province of the United States of America, and we're not leaving. And that because you just. Trying to do this nation building thing is
it doesn't work.
Yeah, Iraq was a little different because it had a centralized government. Even though you could argue, okay, there were Kurds and Sunnis, Shia, but there's still a centralized government. All these tribes, these decentralized things, they do their own thing and they know their country better than we do. And everyone, man, that tribe system is strong.
Well,
it just really is.
Yeah, but it just sounds like either don't go at all and deal with the consequences of trying to put up with terrorist attacks every now and then. Or, as we said, it seems the only thing that works and keeps everybody at bay is just like, I hate to use this analogy, but I think you'll agree with it, is if the teacher walks out of the classroom goes nuts. Mm-hmm. I mean, and as long as the teacher stays there and says anybody gets out of line gets punished or killed, then everybody acts differently. And I know that takes a lot of money, and it takes a lot of stress, and it takes a lot of manpower, but it's almost like you got to make up your mind: either tolerate the terrorist attacks when they come, or go over there and have a presence that's when our presence has been there, we really don't have these problems. But then when we leave, then buddy, boy, that vacuum.
Well, I think it even goes back further, Rick. It goes back to a complete change in the way we fought wars after World War II.
Right.
And you saw this playing out in Korea. It went worse further down that road in Vietnam. We've seen it in the others, that we go and fight defensive wars. It doesn't work. When we've used everything all out, all in, we either conquer or we go home. We do very well.
Yeah, and it's like we adapted a loser strategy, and we just have all said we like it.
Yeah.
I don't even understand.
And again, this thing on keeping troops on the ground, we still have troops in Japan. We still have troops in Germany. We still have troops in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. I mean, where is this idea that we have to go home at all? Yeah. I mean, it's just not real. I mean, I don't get it.
I don't either. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. Car Shield is teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. We love the folks at Car Shield. It's a great feeling knowing that if your automobile is out from under the original warranty, to know that now you're protected again under the protection plan provided by Car Shield. Their administrators handle the paperwork, expensive payments. You don't have to. We call it a win-win. Car Shield could save you thousands of dollars. You pick your own favorite mechanic to do the work. They take care of the rest. If you prefer the dealership, that's fine. They'll deal with them. It's like having your own personal team of auto repair problem solvers. But we love a problem solver, don't we? Of course, don't have many of those these days. But Car Shield's one of them. Thank goodness for that. So when you're under a Car Shield protection plan, guess what you get? Roadside assistance. You love that. Rental coverage. Love it. Trip reimbursement. Love it. At no additional charge. And if it's a covered repair, they pay directly to the mechanic of your choice. So go right now to get your Car Shield protection plan for your automobile by calling either 800-665-2157. You want to mention the code BUBBA. That'll save you 10%. Carshield.com. Use the code BUBBA. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Continuing with our phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Matt in Coleman, 104.7 WZZK. Matt, go ahead.
Hey, you're in Anchors, guys.
Thanks for the call, buddy.
Hey, so in response to the caller y'all had earlier that was talking about the Afghani people being big on family, well, that's true to an extent, but when it comes down to it, I think our biggest problem is they don't believe in what we're trying to help them establish. They don't believe in a Western ideal of government. They don't believe in a free country. When it gets down to it, when you're with in a Muslim country, I think that my experience being 11 years Army, my experience with them is the majority of the ANA, the Afghan National Army, majority of them actually believe in the terrorists' ideals more than our own.
Yeah, I think there's something to that.
Hey, good news.
Yeah,
good news. They're going to have all they want.
You can have all you want. The problem is that we left people that we do know that are people that are, they're part of our country. We've left them in harm's way. We got people hanging on to airplanes as they're leaving, as President Biden said that was not going to happen. No way, no how. I think we can all say, regardless of the culture, that what the Biden administration told us about this withdrawal, they were 100% wrong.
Yes.
Now, can we all agree on that?
Rick,
Republican,
1,000.
Democrat, Independent, Libertarian,
1,000.
they were completely wrong. Now, why they were wrong is mind-boggling. Don't we have some sort of intelligence about this culture and about this army?
And we have partners in this, international partners that have intelligence. So did all the intelligence come up wrong, or did the leaders just not want to accept that, or did ours just not want to accept it? That's the question.
Yeah, how about some people need to be run out on a rail that gave this kind of intelligence? Because I
don't know that Rick, they failed. They may have been telling them that they couldn't do this, and they said, "Oh no, I'm wiser than that. I'm a textbook liberal. If I say you leave them alone, they'll leave them alone."
Yeah,
that's how they think.
Right. Well, here's the deal. I understand that if people prefer a culture, it's not our place to try to change it. We can offer opportunity, but we can't make them change it. We can say here's what we're willing to do, but the problem is when that culture begins to affect Americans, in the form of terrorist attacks, kidnappings, that kind of thing. Beheading of journalists,
Right.
Killing of people. That's the problem. If they would just live in their own world and say this is how we want to live, then okay, fine. But they don't. They start wanting others to live the same way. And they try to enact their will on other people and outside of their own culture. That's the problem. And then, of course, the innocent people within their culture. And that can't really be the driving force, or then we'd be going all over the world. There's all kinds of cultures that people are living in tyrannical situations with drug lords, gangs, tyrannical governments, tyrannical leaders, Cuba. I mean, we've got that everywhere. But if there's something that's affecting the American people, that's a different deal, and that situation has been complicated for a long, long time. Let's go to Charles in Hoover. ZZK. Charles, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good.
Well, telling you, buddy, man, as a brother of someone who died in Singing Valley in the Helmand Province, Sergeant First Class Christopher Robinson, I have very mixed emotions about what's going on over there. Put it this way, we were born believing in one way. I was born, or not born, but I grew up and I believe in Christ, and that's the way I was raised, and I learned, I came to know the Lord. They grew up a certain way, and they believe a certain thing, and they believe in their God. But as far as us leaving, I have very mixed emotions about it because so much American blood was spilled over there. Over 2,300 deaths of our soldiers that laid down our lives to try to liberate their lives to try to liberate their country. And we just leave those people to like you said, hang on airplanes and fear for their lives. And I'm not sure how far they're inside Kabul right now. I've been paying a lot of attention to it, but I sort of feel that if we're not going to pick up arms, if they're not going to pick up arms and shed blood and, like you said, be willing to fight to the last grit for their brother, sister, whoever it is, why should we? But in another sense, why should we leave people that aren't trying to be terrorists or not jihadists, that believe, they should cut their hand off and not have colored TVs, cut their hand off if they steal, things like that. It's just very mixed emotions. And I think a lot of people and the political side of it maybe aren't noticing that as much, and that Biden said it wouldn't happen, like you said, everything would work out okay. But those people, think how the fear that it takes to hang on the side of a plane, and I watched a certain clip on the news where they were trying to climb stairs and they were falling up the stairs because everybody. And just to find out that the planes have been halted, commercial flights have been halted, so it's a rough thing, man.
It is, and we thank your brother for his service because what he did and why he did it stands. It's just like everything. I hear people sometimes they say, well, hey, I was given to this ministry, and then I found out that ministry was not doing with it what they said they would. Well, that's on the ministry. That's not on you because you gave for the right reason. Your brother gave for the right reason. If other people took, his intent and they messed it up, well, that's not on your brother, and your brother's life was not wasted because he went and served in his time, and during the time he served and the good that he did stands. Now, the fact that they're letting it all unravel now, they'll be held accountable for
Well,
that.
and Charles, thank you for your family's sacrifice. And, their mission was to prevent the Afghani terrorists from training and exporting that. And for 20 years, we haven't had another 9/11 attack. So I think it was successful in that. It's just very discouraging how it's all ending. And, there's numerous reasons, but it's very aggravating to all of us.
Landon in Alabama. Landon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Man, I tell y'all what y'all need to do. You old Bubba over there need to get y'all come out with a set of boxing gloves. One says Rick, one says Bubba, and I'll tell you why. Last week I was listening to old Hawaiian Punch video I watched that y'all were talking about.
Oh, yeah.
So I went out and bought me an old pair of American flag boxing gloves and a punching bag. And I put Rick on one glove, Bubba on the other. I'm telling you, I got pretty good. Me and my old lady, listen here, me and my old lady kind of got into it.
All right, let's go to all right. Marty in Montgomery. Marty, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Boy, hard to follow that one, guys.
Yeah, good luck with that.
It is.
Yeah. Rick, the other day you were talking about your COVID taste and smell issues.
Yes.
You were not tasting HD, but tasting a standard depth. So I asked a buddy of mine that has the same issues. He said, man, my taste and smell is so bad. I'm not tasting an HD. I'm not tasting in standard definition. I'm tasting a Jefferson Pilot.
That is good. Do you remember when that Jefferson Pilot game would come on, the way that game looked compared to everybody else? I mean, it was so bad. That's a great line. That is a good one. I remember that going, oh, don't let my team be on Jefferson Pilot. Oh,
that meant, too, you have to get up early and play.
That's good. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. As we make our way back, thank you for being with us. Much to cover on the program today. So, it does. I hate to bring this up, but did you by any chance see the Tim Tebow trying to block?
No, I heard you guys talking about it, and I want to see it because I am totally out of the loop.
Yeah.
I just caught a lot of
Video 3.
Afghanistan trouble yesterday afternoon.
So Adler Video 3.
Cut 3. TV booth.
I was wondering how Tim Tebow, would do. Now, we brought up the uncomfortable moment. Has Tim Tebow ever played tight end H-back, blocking back? If you watch this video, apparently not.
And I know one play, but this is sad looking.
Oh my goodness. That's
well, he didn't take the guy down.
Well, that's just not.
But they did run to that side, and he chipped him enough that he got him inside.
Well, the guy's slanting inside. All he did was, but his head is down. He's not squared up. That right there.
It doesn't look like the Tim Tebow effort we're used to.
Yeah, that doesn't look like the guy that's screaming. There's blood run down his face, and no one will ever.
So do we need to play his own pep speech back to him?
He looks real uncomfortable with it. He doesn't look all that aggressive right here. Guys,
he's never really looked athletic.
This is the NFL.
So I don't want to,
This is the NFL.
Thank you. It is.
This is the greatest blockers of all time.
So
greatest defensive lineman. Really, that defensive lineman took himself out of the play.
But I saw him hit curveballs more smoother than that.
Right.
So how much did Tebow play this weekend?
No idea.
I don't know.
And that's what I said. It's one play, okay, and that's probably unfair. He may have had a couple key
He
blocks
may have
and
done
played
great.
well. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that just looks rough. We don't want to see that, Tim Tebow.
He played 16 snaps against the Cleveland Browns. He was not much of a factor, they said. They were 21 Jaguar players who had passes thrown their way. Tebow, who was targeted just once, ended the night with no receptions. So that's right. I forget you can actually throw to him as well. But but the key,
so they didn't even try to throw him the ball.
It said that one time he was involved in the play, but I guess they didn't get the ball to him. But
if I'm investing this time in a high profile Tim Tebow, don't I at least throw a ball at him?
And maybe they did. Maybe that's what that one play was all about. I don't know if it was a bad throw or he didn't make a play, or again, it's unfair to me to get on him.
I heard from a pretty reliable source that the pandemic is the reason that Tim Tebow did not go on in the Major League Baseball pursuit, and said that his hitting was getting really, really good.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
And there was a chance that he was going to have a shot to make the roster, and then the pandemic hit.
They cut all those teams.
And his age and everything. Then he gets the call from Urban Meyer. And so, this is his first love, and this is his former coach. But just, there's very few things when you talk about football that I can weigh in on, because I didn't play quarterback, I wasn't a receiver, I did not play a skill position. But when it comes to blocking and tackling, I do kind of know a good bit about that, and that's a terrible block.
Guys, I have bad news. This is the very next play right here.
So this is going just like we thought it would.
He's 85 on the right.
Okay, all right, he's 85.
He's on the right.
Yeah, this is.
We're looking at Tim.
All right.
Now, who's this quarterback? Is that Trevor?
Oh my gosh! He got
the end went right around him.
You talking about some of the greatest defensive ends in the world? He went by Tim Tebow like he was a swinging door.
Rick, did he miss his assignment? Did he?
Are we going to get in trouble if you show that again, Adler?
Show it again.
I'll try just 1 second.
Show it again.
Yeah, Bubba, that's worse than the first one.
That was.
That looked like me out there blocking.
Y'all quit. Stop showing me stuff like that.
No. The first one looked like some guy you put in and said.
Don't mean we don't love Tim, but Tim's going to have to get after it.
I love Tim the person, no matter what.
His assignment has to be that defensive end.
Boy, he goes by.
Right. He's not blocking down on the tackle.
Oh my goodness.
That guy threw him. Rick, he threw him into the linebackers and went right around him.
I don't think Tebow's big enough to play this position.
It didn't look like it on that play.
It really didn't.
Boy, he was on skates, wasn't he?
I'm not being a Tebow defender. I'm not. But do you think he was combo blocking that guy to get to the linebacker, and he thought the guy beside him was going to take over?
Well, let me say this though.
I hope so.
And all that's legitimate, but all I'm saying is I'm going further. I'm looking at how he looks strength-wise, technique-wise, size-wise in the middle of these grown men, and he's older. They seem to be much quicker, much stronger. You know, I know he's cut, but we're talking about strength.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, this guy. Watch how. Look how skinny his legs even look.
So are you saying 14 ought to be taking the end?
But watch.
I'm just saying it looks
Is
like
it?
he's
No, 14's
and then
running
try
up.
to get to 52, but I don't know.
All right, let's see here.
But who's going to cover the end, though?
All right, let's
Do a
watch.
good job of either.
Right. Well,
Well, he got to the linebacker.
Well-
It looked like that defensive end helped him get there.
Did you see how he hit the linebacker? Speedy, he hits the linebacker like this.
Yeah.
He did the same way.
Yeah.
Square up.
I need to quit looking at it.
Look, y'all, this is bad. I love Tim Tebow, the man, and that's
Sure.
all that's going to matter when he stands before his Savior. But I got to tell you, he is not.
All right.
He
Somebody
can't,
said
he can't play this position at this level.
somebody said they did attempt to throw him a pass, but there was a running back in the area, and he jumped in front of the pass and caught it. In other words, the running back intercepted the ball. It wasn't even supposed to go to him. That's what they say in the
Is there any way
I
that
don't
we
know.
can get somebody to jump in front of him when he tries to block?
That looked rough.
Well, that's. I just don't like his form.
The technique there.
His technique looks terrible. My gosh, what are we doing? I mean, have you ever seen how those fullbacks come off and hit people? He's not doing that.
No.
You know why? He's older. He's married now.
He's been hitting the baseball and in the booth talking about the game.
You remember I told you the time that because he's played this game, so he understands.
Yeah.
Now he ain't never been down in there.
No.
Okay. But he's been hit by these guys, so he's tough and he's a warrior, and I'm all about Tebow's character. Okay, and I'd go to battle with him in a minute. Now I probably wouldn't let him block for me, but what I'm saying is, this is the aggression that this requires. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't seem to. I mean, I'm sorry, Speedy.
No, well, I'm very disturbed by it, and I was just trying my hardest to find something out. But let's go into this. If he only played 13 snaps, that sounds like that's a
16.
player. 16? That's not many. So that doesn't sound like a player trying to make the roster. Is he already a shoe-in?
See, that's a great point.
Because
it almost sounds like he's already made the roster, playing only 16
Well, I tell
snaps.
you
or
what
whatever
roster
it
he's
was.
already made is the selling jerseys roster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, I remember, and it looks this way. And Tim's played the game, but he hadn't played this position.
Yeah, it's a little different.
I remember when we were playing, and we had a guy on the team that was a great athlete, and we had our first contact drill, and he got up, and his eyes were really big, and I looked at him, I said, "This ain't like baseball, is it?" And he's like,
No,
"No,
it's
it really isn't."
You talking about like everybody looks good in shorts?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And
And
then all of a sudden full pass.
Does it help here if I show you him making a catch during warm up?
Yes.
Yeah,
something
that will help.
Give us a win.
Okay.
Give us a win.
Oh my goodness, my granny could have called that.
One-handed.
Okay.
Little one-hand drill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish he looked quicker too.
I wish you'd show us the footage from Florida
No.
where he's bleeding and telling everybody to get on board.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah. I don't.
That looked like ego bowl footage there.
It kind of like his little spirit had been broken by something.
It did.
Rick and Bubba.
Open your ears, conquer all your fears and see. They're just two big boys, always on my radio. Make sure you're always up, never bored. They love to laugh, love the Lord. Anywhere the ratings go doesn't really matter to me. To me.
The 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. Thank you for being with us as we move forward, and we look forward to chatting with you again this hour. Speedy Helmsy Adler here. Greg out. He'll be back with us tomorrow. He's having a colonoscopy today. And so we haven't heard any updates on that, but we may. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Here's Bill Bubba Bussey. Buddy, how are you?
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do this show now almost 28 years, believe it or not.
A couple of updates. First of all, we're just updating. I mean, that's all we're doing. Just
well, we made it a long time.
I know. Quick update. COVID update. We're just updating, and this is nothing more than just the truth. Okay, that's all it is. We do now have, and there have been others, but this one has made its way actually to being covered by someone. Sadly, we have a fully vaccinated Southwest flight attendant, fully vaccinated, 36, so not very old, fully vaccinated. Family says took all the precautions he was supposed to take, wore a mask, kept his hands washed. We do know that people who've been vaccinated still can get the variant, but we're hoping, and this still is just one person, but it's just showing it does happen, and that's all this is about, because we want all the information, and not weighing any more important than another. But we do now have officially a fully vaccinated person, and there, I think the last I saw, it was a little over 1,000 fully vaccinated people that have actually died from COVID. They got the variant, and unfortunately, it did take their life, even though they were fully vaccinated. Again, all this is us just taking all the information, putting it into a pile, and making our best decisions for ourselves and for our families. But we should be allowed to know all the information and like the risk and the benefit, and then make decisions on how about this? There is no scenario out there that is 100%, but you want to know the scenarios that you think give you your best shot. And so know that did happen, and this person, they think they got it on a flight to Hawaii or working in Hawaii or something, according to the family, and unfortunately that person has passed away, even though fully vaccinated. And if you want to hear insanity, have you seen this? Unbelievable. And the Biden administration is adopting some of this, if you can believe this, in the 2022 budget. The Academy of Breastfeeding Medicine is urging us to stop using that term. We must use the term chest feeding and parent's milk is the new guidance. We cannot make it female. There can be no gender. Now, here's the problem, and my wife and I got in a discussion about this over the weekend, because just looking at society right now, it is a sideshow, okay, because we love to people watch. I'm going to break it to some people out there how about this? I'm going to take my Holy Bible, which I believe is the inspired Word of God, and look, I'm going to put it over here. Mm-hmm. I'm going to set it down. Okay. Love you. Even though when you go to science, in my opinion, you're still talking about God. Mm-hmm. But let's say that you don't think that. You believe science, we all came from something that is we haven't really been able to identify. We got some theories, okay? You don't believe in a creator of the universe, creator of mankind. You say follow science. Now, we would say, yeah, follow science, because that just reveals who God is. But let's say you don't believe any of that, okay? I don't care if you adopt children. I think that's great. If you're the same gender, somewhere along the way for that child to be in existence, there was a male and there was a female. There is no other way, okay? So there's no getting around that gender and the two genders working together produce offspring. Because you say, well, we can be parents just like anybody else. Well, yeah, but you have to go adopt one, or one of you is going to have to take somebody's maleness and implant it somewhere, however you do it, to produce this child. Males and females produce children. There's no way around that in science, okay? I'm going to have to go the same way when it comes to providing nourishment for a baby. Has anybody pulled off a man being able to do that? Has anybody? Now, I'm not saying you can't go get it from a woman and then hook up some apparatus on your chest.
Thank you, Rick.
I got that. I'm just talking about the genders, whether y'all like it or not, even if you're just science followers. Of course, we believe we know where science came from. You may disagree with us. Let's say you think science is just man-made and it came from manness or whatever. Wherever you think it came from, science still seems to say that a male and a female are distinct, and there's distinctive things that males do and distinctive things that females do, and together they produce offspring, and nursing is over here on the female side, and that body produces the baby's nourishment. I'm going to keep this very... I'm going to stay out of the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm strictly talking about science now and anatomy and biology. Okay, this is about as lunacy. This is lunacy. This kind of stuff. And now we're saying the Biden administration says in their new. I don't know why this is in their new proposal for the budget, but it says that we should be using birthing people, better known as a woman. Okay, we can't use mother because that indicates now. Can y'all tell me a man who's birthed a child? Is there a man who's got a uterus that holds a child to the gestation period of 9 months and then produces that child? Where I don't know how it gets out. Is it a C-section? How did we could see? I guess don't we need a uterus? Where did he get a uterus? So okay, so and I know you take hormones and all this kind of stuff. Has a man been able to produce the nourishment adequate for a child? Has that happened? What are we talking about here? We're getting into, I mean, guys, we are going into loony land about as fast as we can go.
I mean,
if you think
somebody just tap the brakes.
Let me tell you this: if you want to go out there and say, in my private life, I want to identify as anything I want to, that's fine, as long as everybody else is not required to do that. Because it sounds like what we're saying is, if somebody says, "Well, I'm offended," if the genders are not acknowledged. You're not allowed to speak, and we couldn't care less how you feel. We all must adhere, and we all must adapt to the tiniest group of people that don't want to hear about gender. If they don't want to hear about gender in their private life, more power to them. If they're in a free society, I wish them well. May it be fulfilling. I disagree with it because I'm going to acknowledge the genders, but what we're saying is no. Now, see, your preferences and your feelings or your offensiveness is below, see, it's back to that moralism again. To not want gender is a higher moral than to want gender. To want gender and acknowledge gender as biology calls for, even if you don't believe God calls for it, biology calls for, and the very obvious things I just mentioned, your needs and your desires are not as moral as doing away with gender. Doing away with gender is the highest of all grounds. These are the evolved, utopian, wonderful, all-loving, all-caring people, and we must all cater to them because they may be upset. Now, if you're upset by them not wanting any gender, well, how about this? Just too bad, so sad. You head back over in your life, and you just eat it. Do you realize how stupid this is? The level of stupidity? It's insane. No wonder our society is outhouse crazy. No wonder nobody can cope. No wonder everybody's anxious and fearful of everything except what they should be, God. This is a real story. It can't be real.
Right.
It can't be real. We have to say parents' milk or human milk feeding. And we have to say chest feeding and birthing people. Well, I got news for you. I won't be saying it.
No, I'm not either. I'm going to stick with the ones that I grew up on.
And again, I'm not telling people but out here in the walking around stuff, don't say live and breathe and worship science until it's inconvenient. Well, y'all just need to follow science. Quit all the Bible thumping. Well, biology says women can conceive, and men produce this, and women have this, and the two together produce life. That's biology. Women are given the ability to produce nourishment for that offspring. That's science. That's biology. Now, if you don't want to do all that, there's ways around it, but you just can't make all of us go along with you being afraid of words.
Right.
If you want to adopt a child and be same-gender couple and y'all want to hook up apparatuses and pretend things, if that's what you want to do,
Okay.
I mean, but don't go out to society and say we all can't say the obvious things that science says. I mean,
science has been a little confusing for a while now, Rick.
I mean,
it's really ceasing to be science.
Have we just lost our minds?
I think we have.
Have we completely lost our? Is it bonker time?
It is, yeah.
We'll be back 17 minutes past the hour. Do y'all know where babies come from? Did y'all learn this in school, or was somebody trying to teach you how to be a good Marxist? Have y'all learned this?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. We're back. Thank you for being with us. All right, so anything else anybody want to cover today?
Today is National Tell a Joke Day.
Is it?
You want to tell a joke? I'm kidding.
I think I just did.
Yeah, you did.
I hope.
Sadly, that whole segment was a joke.
I can't even believe it.
Do y'all know those people, though, that every time you see them, they have to tell you a joke?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
You mean Gary?
But Gary's a good joke. I mean, he's a good joke
Yeah,
teller.
but I mean, it's like every look. You don't know when he's being serious at all. Hey, you ain't gonna believe what happened to me. I'm like, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, you just can't.
Right.
You just can't expect anything else.
Yeah.
No.
You know, you've seen it so many times. You go, I'm not falling for this again.
No. So anyway, and I was just telling Speedy in the break that I was shut down on raising him this past weekend. Well, we have this running joke, and Speedy hates it, that if all a person has to be is bald, and we claim they look like Speedy.
Right, yeah, doesn't matter what they look like.
And Speedy's been like, guys, there has to be more to it than they're just bald.
Well, they can't be fat. They
Right,
gotta,
right,
they kind of
right.
got to be in shape. You know,
So-
I wouldn't say that.
So
but
Sherry and I, we
usually a white guy.
we did the conference this weekend, and then we went to hang out at the beach after it, and for Sherry's birthday, and so we're sitting there, and all of a sudden Sherry busted me. I thought she was like just letting the sun shine on her. She goes, "What are you doing?" And of course I don't know why. Just like a kid, the first time I go, "Huh? What are you talking about? Who are you taking a picture of?" And I said, "Oh, I'm taking a picture of this bald guy over here playing with his kids." And she goes, "Why are you taking a picture of the bald guy? Why are you taking a picture of him?" Because I'm gonna send it to Speedy and say I'll tell somebody it looks like him. And she goes, "He doesn't look like Speedy." I said, "That's the joke. Anybody bald."
We just
She, you know what she said? "No, you're not. Don't do that. Please let that man play with his kids and quit taking pictures of him to send Speedy to claim that this guy looks like him."
Thank you, Sherry.
I said, "Well, it's just anybody
Thank you
bald.
so much, Sherry.
Anybody bald." So I mean, that's the running joke, and it was a good one too, by the way. If I could have pulled it off,
Right. Yeah, that's my kids like all day. Oh, look at those daddy.
By the way, I thought about you this past weekend. I don't know when the last time you've been to the beach. But you forget how expensive everything is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like, because you get there now, and look, these people are busting their tails, okay? Nobody's got enough employees. Nobody. So checking into I felt so bad because they were saying things like, you can't have a luggage rack on your own. We have to take your luggage up if you need to use one of the racks. I guess because people won't bring them back or whatever. You have listen to this. This was at a hotel, $15 a day just to park in the parking lot. Okay, and then it's another charge if you want it valet parked. So just to go park somewhere and walk in the hotel is $15 a day. And I started thinking about Speedy. So anyway, well,
parked a block away.
What happened is, I talked to one of the guys. So the same guy is now, he is the valet, he is the bellhop, and he is at the concierge desk too.
So he's got a full tab, huh?
And God love them, they were running. Man, they were running. But I thought about you. I think it was probably the most, because being Baptist, I tried to cut a deal.
Yeah.
Okay. And so they had a breakfast buffet or brunch. It was a brunch on Sunday. So I was sitting there, and I said, "Hey," well, what's all this right here? Because heavy people are always drawn to anytime everybody starts pulling food around.
Yeah,
and I walked over there, and I wondered where my line was, because I don't care. I'm not cheap to a fault. I'm to the point of not being irresponsible. I'm coming from that end of the spectrum. You're coming from the trying to be responsible but not cheap. I'm trying to be responsible but not throw money down, just like not even paying attention.
Right.
So anyway, it looked really good. It was a great layout, and I have to admit, it even staggered me. Because, we weren't staying at like some 5-star whatever. The location was great. It was right on the beach, which was awesome. But it was not over the – it was like a Hilton. Yeah. It wasn't we weren't at the Ritz-Carlton or anything like that. And so and it was very nice. But, not – you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
This is where families come and go out there and go crazy. So I walk over, and I said, "Hey, what is this?" And they said, "Well, this is our – Sunday brunch." I said, "I tell you what." I said, "Talk to me. What's the situation here?" $58. I said, $58. I said, "What for us?" And they go, "No, $58 a person." $58 a person for a brunch?
Is it all you can eat?
Yeah, and then they said, "Well, this includes mimosas any, Bloody Marys. I said, oh, okay. I said, look, I'm Baptist. How about just the food? and they just started laughing. No, it's 58. No,
$24.95.
Hey, if you decide not to participate in that, it's still 58. And I said, well, that's how you justify 58. I got it. And how about this? You ain't gonna believe it. I didn't. I said, I just can't go 58. I can't because I'm at the point now where I'm probably going to eat one plate.
Yeah.
So 58. That was just I have to admit, 58 was strong.
I almost took a picture of what I spent at Buc-ee's this past weekend because Terry and I, it was the first time we had gone together. We both had been to Buc-ee's, but it was both real quick. And I think I'm about to say something, and y'all don't email me because I'm not saying it was bad, but the brisket sandwich, boy, everybody was talking about it. Mm-hmm. Gotta have one.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't buy just one. We bought 5 of them.
Yeah.
All right. We're bringing them home to the boys and all this kind of stuff. And there was the turkey. There was all kinds of different options.
Oh, yeah.
And I liked my brisket, but, it was okay. Okay, it was warm.
Yeah. Not me. I'm not in this.
Bubba has nothing to do with
Rick
this
and
statement.
Bubba are not in it.
And I ate it. Couldn't wait to eat it, okay? But I just was thinking, wow, I should have gone with the turkey. Is that bad?
What are you going to say next? Dean Ogle ain't running for
I know.
I didn't know how we were going to get there.
We didn't say that. But I felt like I just felt like uttering that sentence to
That's
Terry in the car.
Speedy.
I felt like I was in trouble.
Did you and Dean Ogle eat it, Buc-ee?
No. And I'm not saying it was a bad sandwich. Don't email me.
It's too late. The Buc-ee people don't listen.
And I went for the fudge, and the line was too long. I didn't want.
Speedy, I wish you'd have brought me some of those cinnamon-covered cashews. I've been dreaming about those.
Oh, man.
Did you know I still haven't been to Buc-ee's?
Really? But it was back to your thing. If I'm close by, I'll go.
Oh, yeah.
And I was across the street. So,
okay, yeah, you had to.
We just went.
You had to.
But I felt like I was...
I want some cashews. I've been hungry for cashews.
Like uttering some sentence I should never utter.
So
and I didn't say it was bad.
So you didn't like the brisket
I didn't say that.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, come on with us. Say 866 We Be Big's our number.
That was not me, and that was not Rick that said that about the Buc-ee sandwich. That was Speedy.
And now we try to get this Dean Ogle thing. You mispronounced his name. It's Dean Odle.
I don't know what y'all talking about.
All right, we're going to talk about that too. Because when you have a great weekend lined up and you got just like you like it, and also the mob gets over, and you're like, what in the world is going on? Anyway, I want to talk about this first. MyPillow, mypillow.com. Go there for all the information about everything they have. They got great products. Of course, the pillow is the walking dog. It was the original. And you can get a MyPillow, the original pillow right now. This is the best deal they've ever offered on this, $29.98. That's a $40 savings and the lowest price ever. Giza Dream Bed Sheets are buy one, get one free. A 6-piece MyPillow towel set, the best towels and washcloths you've ever owned. Only $44.98. That's a $65 savings. My slippers are 40% off. And, Bubba, I don't know, but I just wear these all the time. I just love them so much.
They are super
I
soft.
love them. Matter of fact, somebody told me JC wore mine to Rock the South. Messed them up. But anyway, so we got to talk about that too. But anyway, so dog beds, they make a dog bed that is super comfortable. I mean, dogs everywhere are raving about it. So go to mypillow.com, and if you get an order worth over $50, once you get over $50, you can finance any of that at 0% if you want to take a little heat off of you. So 60-day money-back guarantee on all the products. The quality's second to no one. Put in the promo code Bubba right there on the square at radio listeners when you go to mypillow.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, I'm trying to go off on a really, really great weekend. Loved it. Pensacola Beach, marriage conference on Saturday. Sherry and I spending some time down at the beach together for her birthday yesterday, and just loving it. And all of a sudden, on late Friday into Saturday, and I really didn't look at anything till Saturday, but it started on Friday from what I gathered. What I'll deem is, there's different mobs out there now. These are the Odelites. Now, I've never heard of Dean Odle in my life. It sounds like he's a great guy, and I got no problem with him whatsoever. We probably would agree on most things, but I did not know. And like we said before, it's okay for you to have passion about something, even be upset with something, and even demand something as long as you're factually correct.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're passionately wrong, that's when we got to back up a little bit and say, hey, my bad. We did a little shoot, ready, aim here, and we don't have our facts right. Apparently, on Friday in the state of Alabama, now here's what you have to know about how the show operates. If something is said within the content of the show, then yes, everybody may not agree on it, but if somebody said it, you are correct that we are in control of that. But when we go to the commercial breaks, unless it is a network commercial that we ourselves voiced or a local commercial that we voiced, we don't have any say over what is done in the local breaks. We don't hear it. We don't know about it. We're in our own studio. We're our own company. And it's okay to take some time to maybe research that before you. I know the new thing now is I got my little mob, and I'm going after people, and I'm going to pummel them, and I'm going to fill up their voicemail, and I'm going to bombard them with emails, and I'm going to talk about them on social media. And all of that can be very effective, but your information has to be right. And for some reason, I still don't know where it was.
Mm-hmm.
It was one of the Alabama affiliates, I think.
Yeah.
Somebody ran a story claiming that the current governor, Kay Ivey, will be running for the Republican nomination unopposed. I guess that's what we got.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I don't follow that. I honestly don't care, if I'm just being honest. So the people who are supporting Dean Odle, they care, and good for them. If you think this is the guy you want and you want to make a run at that, I say more power to you. And Dean, thank you for making that step and running. But what you can't do is accuse us of saying that Kay Ivey has no one running against her when we didn't say that. That you can't do. And if somebody said that in the local break, then you need to call the local station and you need to find out who said that, and then you correct them. There was a really an over-the-top response against us, claiming that we had done something that we didn't do, nor have any control over. So all you need to do, and hey, man, it's great. That's what makes this country great. You guys go out If y'all think y'all can get him elected, man, that's great. And if you think this is the guy in your state, man, that's great. But don't go after us and start pummeling us like a mob when you don't have the information right. That you're not supposed to do. And when we correct it, simply apologize. That's it. I mean, you made a mistake. So what? It was a mild inconvenience for us, but I don't like when people get on social media and begin to say things about us that aren't correct. And I don't know how anybody could disagree with that. I had one person that I corrected said, well, that shows me your show, how you told me that we were dead wrong and we need to. I said, well, I'm telling you that I don't like when people get on platforms and tell lies about our show. I don't like that. Mm-hmm. Now, if you want to get on social platforms and get it right and just disagree with us, that's fine. But when you have it wrong, the response back to us when we correct it is not bowing up to us. You know what you should say? We're sorry. We didn't have our information right, and we jumped out there on a shoot-ready aim, and we went after y'all incorrectly, and we apologize. You know what we'd say next? Okay. Just be sure you go out on these same platforms and you correct the information. Don't accuse this show of doing something that we did not do. That's not an indictment against Dean Odle. It's not even an indictment against those of you that support him and think he would be a great choice for governor. It's simply the same problem. I don't like mobs, and we don't like mobs, especially when they go off uninformed and they get out and aggressively perpetuate false information. That's it. Not upset about any other thing. Love your passion. Probably would like your candidate. I bet we'd probably agree on most things. So it's nothing against that. It's not. I'm not anti him. I'm not anti you. But I think for the guys
just
here,
wasted energy.
We don't like to be accused all over the place of doing something that we didn't do. That surely you understand that's not right to do that to people. So that's it. That we're aggressively defending ourselves because we don't like to be lied about.
And Rick, I will say this: I don't know. We may have said something in the past. I don't know, but I know we didn't say anything Friday.
I never have.
And if we did, it was some past.
We never talked about the gubernatorial race in Alabama. We've never. We not talking about Kay Ivey and her running unopposed.
Bubba, I know that I didn't say that Kay Ivey is running unopposed for two reasons. I don't know when she's running again, and I have no idea whether she's opposed or not.
I don't think we did. I don't think anybody did. I
finally got to the bottom of it.
Nobody did it Friday. And again, from our standpoint, doing the network show, we can't hear what all the affiliates do in their break. Don't know what they do, and we don't even hear what the flagship runs locally. So, we can't really do anything about that. So
yeah, and going back and forth with one of the supporters Friday, they did admit that it was in a local news break, in an Alabama news break report, and it was not in the content of the show.
Yeah, and if you hear that, you know what would be appropriate? To reach out to somebody on the show and say, do y'all have any control over what goes on in the local breaks? And then we would say, did we record the spot or did we record the segment? No, it's somebody else. And we would say, no, we really don't. Mm-mm. But you go off and you claim to people that we do, and you claim this represented our point of view and that we allowed that to happen, and that's just not true. So we got to stop with this shoot, ready, aim. I can get on social media and give bad information in a second and start an avalanche and clog up people's voicemails and stuff when I'm wrong. Well, make sure you got your information right first. It's okay to wait and get it right.
And see, and no tie-in to Dean and his campaign.
No, I don't even know Dean.
But you see how misinformation can spread on the internet. And you see how, as I have pointed out, the enemies of the United States love to spew hate and discontent, pit people against each other. And when these things get legs out on the internet, man, they go wild. Mm-hmm. They go wild. And a lot of times, and I would say probably most of the time, the information is not true or half right.
I mean, y'all claim to be Christians and claim to be conservatives. Now y'all saying that Kay Ivey's running unopposed. Nobody on this show said that. And I don't know how that ties to what you just said. That didn't even make sense. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you one thing I know what says inside the Scripture is you don't bear false witness against people. You don't say things about people and run them down when you don't have the information right. Now, that I know. That's crystal clear. So that's not right. So you don't do that. So my thing would be if you're an Odellite and this is your guy, I think that's great. But I do think you have a responsibility to get on the same platform that you tried to accuse us of doing something we didn't do and correct it. That's the way that should be handled. That's the right thing to do. We were wrong. Rick and Bubba and the guys on the show had nothing to do with this report, nor do they have any control over it. Sorry we said that. Okay. Then you know what? No hard feelings, and we all move on. But don't just get mad because you had it wrong and somebody says it's wrong, and now you're mad because somebody said, "Would you have your information wrong?" That doesn't even make sense. You know, mate, you were passionately wrong. That's okay. And you keep supporting your candidate, and if you can get this candidate to the top, then these grassroots movements are what make our country great. But you're not going to – you need to learn what an old man taught me, and, boy, it's taking me – I'm learning. I still ain't learned it. Don't offend the alligator till you get across the lake. Be sure you have your information right. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
30 seconds a pop, largest number of people, shortest amount of time, phone troll. Here we go. You're coming in here, we're talking with you, making comments, asking questions, bringing information to the table. Well, I say, hey, mama, this is Mr. Rhythm and Blue. Somebody say, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Your time to make a comment, ask a question, and bring information to the table. It is not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. So at the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program comes to a close. We'll let another have a chance, and there are lines available. If you move now, you will get in. Brett is out of Coleman, and he is listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Brett, you have 30 seconds, buddy. Go right ahead.
Hey, guys. So I just wanted to say real quick that I believe in my body, my choice, and I believe in God. And if I'm supposed to get COVID, then I'm going to get it because I don't think that the masks help. People with the vaccine have still gotten it. So I really don't think anything one way or the other is going to help. And I saw on Coleman Daily that...
you just research these things out. I mean, you're right about there doesn't seem to be, 100% foolproof way not to get it. But you can look at, are there things that give me the better chance of surviving it based on, if you can ever get your hands on real information, you can make an educated guess. But just continue to look at that and pray about that and seek the advice of, healthcare people you can trust. And you're right, make that best decision for yourself and others.
I will tell you this, the people that I'm talking to, not national media, who are working in the hospitals are still telling me that the vast majority of people they're seeing are unvaccinated. That is part of the data you need to process.
And they haven't had it before. They don't have antibodies either, just either one?
They just said they wasn't vaccinated, so I don't know how that played out.
Chris in Hamilton. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, 30 seconds. How are you doing?
I'm great. Hey, Speedy, can you hear me?
I can.
Hey, Saturday about, 11:30, there's a big fat guy with a good-looking wife standing there, and they're waving. And we got an argument whether it was you or not. Can you confirm or deny? Or
yeah, was I pulling out of the gas pump?
You were.
Yeah.
You were.
Yeah. I'm great. The guys have even said I can read lips pretty good.
Yeah, he can.
And I saw you say, I think that's Speedy. And I read your lips, and that's why I gave you a little, how you doing?
Hey.
But I don't know, if you can't stop the train of Buc-ee's, and if you stop when everybody's wanting to get out, I mean, it is a well-oiled machine. So I couldn't stop and say hey to y'all, but I gave you a wave.
I saw that picture you sent, man. Look, everybody was really terrified of the pandemic.
Boy, let me tell you,
listen, Rick, I've been in there 3 or 4 times. Every time looks the same.
Yeah.
It looks like feeding time at the chicken house.
It's
there's just people everywhere.
Grant in Moody, listening to ZZK. Grant, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So, vaccine status. You get vaccinated, it's supposed to help keep you out of the hospital. You don't get vaccinated, that's your choice, right?
Yep.
Long story short, it's been proven people who are vaccinated can get and transmit the virus. So I'm sick of people telling me that are vaccinated that I affect them. I do not affect them. I affect me. I affect me only. If you can transmit it and get it with the vaccine, and you want to get it, by all means. But quit being altruistic, telling me I'm putting you in danger if I don't get it.
Yeah, it's true that the variant is being the people with it who are vaccinated are getting it and they are passing it. That is true, and hopefully, though, to Bubba's point, it can play a role in you not. We did have one today, obviously a person who did die who was fully vaccinated.
Yeah,
There's always going to be exceptions, but you do the risk benefit in general. But you are correct. The vaccinated people are catching it and passing it just like everybody else. Yogi in Walker County. Yogi, go right ahead. How about it, buddy?
Good morning, fellas.
Hey.
A while ago, when you're not the only one. I used to listen to G. Gordon Liddy, his radio show, and he was a real stickler about using gender or sex. And it's the truth. Sex is the biological difference between male and female, which should be used. Gender is the English construct or the language construct to identify the nouns and pronouns. So really, we should be saying the sex, not the gender of somebody. And it's just our society. They control the words.
Yeah, this Bubba's been talking about this for years, and I agree with him. When this word thing became so,
I mean, we just
words
are
are like atomic bombs. I just,
I mean, do they not teach kids anymore? Sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
Go.
I don't care if you get that wrong. I'm not offended by that. Who cares?
Go into a third world country where sewage and clean water are not a given, and ask them how concerned they are about words. Let's go to Cole in Montevallo. Cole, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, man, I just wanted to comment on as far as the Democrats, how they are with abortion. They're the people who's hollering my body, my choice, but yet they feel like you shouldn't have the choice to get the vaccine.
Yeah, there's a conflict there.
Yeah. There's been a lot of folks who have pointed out that inconsistency. But remember, if my worldview comes through emotions, I'm always inconsistent. I mean, it's just. That's the way emotions work. Let's go to Chris in Montgomery. I've gone from the greatest day ever to total ruin over my order being wrong at the drive-thru or traffic. You know what I mean? Your emotions are real strong. I'm happy. No, I'm sad.
You need
Chris,
to have joy, not happy.
That's right. Chris, Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. How are you?
Doing great. How about yourself?
We're great.
Good.
Okay, I've got my wife is what they call adrenal insufficient. She has been torn, and both have been torn about getting the COVID shot. She has got sick and hospitalized back in June and tested negative 3 times for COVID. She is in the hospital right now because she's sick and tested positive for COVID, and they done an antibodies test on her and come back and said that she has had COVID because her antibodies are up. Now, how do you figure that?
Did y'all follow that? I
Okay,
didn't.
he's saying she was sick. The test said it wasn't COVID. She's sick again, and now the test says it is COVID, but she's positive for antibodies.
Okay, now that's what happened with Terry. You know, Terry, and that's how I ended up getting it, if you'll remember. Terry went and had a send-off test, and it came back negative. And they said, you don't have COVID. But after she was well enough to go get tested, she went for an antibodies test, and she had full antibodies. So they got it wrong, and that's how I ended up getting it, and then coming in on the big year ender when I didn't even know I had it.
So to your case, sir, let me say this: one, either the first test was wrong, which is
I
possible.
think that's what it was.
I think they are
the
better now than they were. Okay, we're further along in our testing, or she really didn't have it. This is the first time she's had it, and she's already producing antibodies in her fight against it.
Yeah.
So it could be any of that.
This is hilarious, and we're going to end on this one. This is a great post. Do not let them take your temperature going into a store. It is a scam. They're erasing your memory. I went in for bread and eggs and came out with Bluebell ice cream and Snickers.
You know what? Same thing happened to me.
That's good.
I can't believe it.
That's a dandy right there.
That's a good one.
Thanks for that, Bob. That's good. All right. Thanks for being with us. If our time together is closing, we'll catch you, Lord willing, on another Rick and Bubba show. You got more content to consume today? Have at it. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on that blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you